Here we go.
Hi everyone. It's the first time I'm doing a conversation in English, and I'm gonna do all the conversation in English because our guest today is Bret, that you guys probably know better as Baldman or Baldman Reacts. Before we start our conversation, I just want to thank once more to Nuno and Alvaro from Gruesome Records. They're sponsoring us today. So, guys, really appreciate it. And this is it. We're going to go and start our conversation. Brett, it's a true honor to be here today speaking with you on one of my first podcast episodes. And I hope you enjoy it. We've been speaking a little bit offline, but let's see how it goes online.
Well,
Brett.
I guess the first thing I got to say is what's up, everyone, and welcome back.
Yeah.
God, it's been so long since I've said that. It feels so fantastic.
Gosh. I missed it. I'm
just saying it, man. I'm just saying it. And, knowing that so many of the people out there are Portuguese, which are some of the biggest audience I've ever had on the channel, and certainly the people that I still talk to the most. And again, before we even get started, massive shout out to Nuno and Alvaro from Gruesome.
Yeah.
When Nuno said that he was going to start this label, we were talking about it. And out of anybody that could have started a Portuguese label that would start to grow at such a pace for an underground label, it couldn't be anybody but Nuno, because he lives, breathes, eats, and sleeps metal. And not just metal, but it's the underground. It's the underrepresented, the lesser known. And he's got some fantastic bands. Like I said, Hideous Divinity's on the label. And
such a catalog.
They've done a couple of US runs.
Yep.
And then he's got the almighty Colosso on the label. They released they released the record with
Colosso. It was the one. Yeah, the drummer from that is playing with Megadeth. I can never pronounce his name because he has
Dirk
name.
Dirk.
Yeah, Dirk, which he's a beast, man. He just plays too much, man. And
then,
the difference.
Then they released the Existence Void record, which was absolutely incredible. I'd heard those tracks because Felipe from Destroyers of All and Joao both had shared some of that stuff with me way before it came out. So I had a chance to get a couple of listens to that. And I remember at first I was surprised because Felipe was like, yeah, I'm playing bass on the record. I'm like, you're playing bass on the record? Who's drumming on the record? He goes, oh, Joao from Golden Jack's drumming. I'm like, oh, okay. Now I understand why you're not drumming on the record, because, and of course, both those guys are utterly stellar players.
Yeah, they are. We have some really good players. That's the thing, man. The Portuguese metal scene, especially the Portuguese metal scene, it just evolved so much since the 90s, because that's where we kind of started, There were bands already from the 80s, but they were more hard rock and proto metal than heavy metal, and everything started from there. But in the 90s,
you guys had Tarantula, right?
Yeah. And especially
they were very traditional metal.
Yeah,
but in the early 90s, you guys started getting the big ones, Sacred Sin.
Yeah, exactly. Sacred Sin. They're still playing. Sacred Sin.
I know. I still talk to those guys, and of course, I talked to Joanna. I know that she stepped away from being as active with the band, but I still talked to Sacred Sin guys, and Pika came back, which is fantastic. That's certainly an injection that they.
Oh gosh, they're better than ever. To be honest with you,
they sound so fantastic with the current lineup.
Yeah,
Polio.
We used to stay in Portugal.
Pika makes such a great combination on guitar.
Yeah. Top Pika is brilliant, man. He's one of the best guitar players that we have in our country, for sure, man.
He's so versatile too. I mean, he goes from playing like classically inspired stuff or alter bridge, alt rocky stuff to just throttling old school death metal.
I totally agree. Yeah.
He's
agree.
A fantastic player. Great dude. Really nice guy. I've had a chance to talk to him a lot over the years.
Bret, I'm going to leave you alone, man. You know better from my country than me. Let's go from the start to just to evolve better the conversation, because we've been speaking a lot already. We just
we dropped a lot of bands in like the first 5 minutes,
about
right?
the Portuguese metal scene, but let's go from the start, from the people that don't know you that well, because you're kind of on a hiatus since for 2 years now. For 2 years now,
like the end of
yeah.
2020, and then I did that wonderful conversation with the incredibly wonderful Root.
Yeah, I remember that when I was present.
That was, I guess, I want to say August 2021.
Probably that was
that
your
was
last.
about a month and a half before I moved from where I was to where I am.
That was your last
in
thing
between
live.
places. Yeah, that was the last thing I've done.
Yeah. So for the people who don't know you that well, which is a shame, and you can unfriend me right now if you don't know Bret.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
For those who don't know you that well, let's just start with kind of an introduction on how you got into this thing, on having a channel on YouTube and making reviews to heavy metal bands, and then go to the Portuguese metal scene. I don't know why, but you try to explain the best you can, man. Go ahead.
All right. So I spent a lot of time in the mid 2000s. I've been, I guess, starting out from the very beginning. I got into music really, really young. Probably like some of my first memories growing up. I was born in Florida, outside of Orlando, and my dad was working for NASA at the time, working for the shuttle program.
Really?
So yes,
really cool.
Yes. So first couple of years were in Florida, and my dad was big into like 70s electronic and 70s prog and stuff like Tangerine Dream and King Crimson and the
Kraftwerk as well.
What's up?
Kraftwerk as well, or
I think Kraftwerk, yeah. But the one that I first got hooked on as a very young kid, and I remember crawling to the stereo when I knew what the tape was Mannheim Steamroller.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Those guys are really cool. I thought you were going to say Ken or something like it.
I would crawl to the stereo. I would turn the stereo on and just listen to that Mannheim Steamroller record for just over and over, straight through as a 2-year-old. Probably drove my mom absolutely nuts. Where kids are listening to formative music, and I'm listening to Mannheim Steamroller. So, and then we moved to LA when I was 3, right in '83. So right as a lot of the 80s pop stuff was kicking off, I think my first concert was actually a Rick Springfield show in like 84 or 85. And I got really big in. I was at 5 years old. I was stealing tape. So I'm sorry, borrowing without a text or it's heard on this little, the old cassette voice recorders that just have a one speaker. I tactically acquired that from the parents and taken the Miami Vice soundtrack, which had some fantastic stuff on it, but mind you, there's really great stuff on that record. Bruce Springsteen's Born in the USA record.
That's a classic, man.
Utterly classic. The big Tina Turner record at the time. And then in late 86, early 87, we moved to Northern Virginia outside of DC. So I grew up in the shadows of DC, the suburbs. And right down the street, a couple of houses down, one of the guys who became like a brother to me growing up, his older brother was older, and he was getting big into the stuff going on at the time in the rock metal world. The first time I heard Welcome to the Jungle by Guns N' Roses, I was about 7 years old, and it absolutely changed my life.
I totally know what you mean. With me, it was Master of Puppets, man, and I should be like, I don't know, 9 years old or something.
And it went from that, it went into Master. He was big into Metallica and early Megadeth and Maiden and Exodus and stuff like that. So suddenly it was the first couple of Megadeth records. It was Master of Puppets and Ride the Lightning. It was Number of the Beast and Somewhere in Time and the early Maiden records. It was
the whole world.
It was Bonded by Blood by Exodus.
What the hell is this? That was my reaction, man.
Yeah, it was like, what is this? And when you're such a formative stage at 7, you're like, and you're starting just going through it. It's mind blowing. And of course, I still liked a lot of the rock and the pop stuff. I hadn't completely moved into it, and I'll never discount that stuff. There's still a lot of that stuff. I think there was some amazing pop and popular rock records that were coming out in those years from some utterly fantastic artists.
I'm just like you, man. I'm just like you. I just can't disconnect from that era. Because we're quite young. I was like you. I was just like a kid. But for example, I can't stop listening once in a while. Michael Jackson, for example, who had nothing to do with heavy metal. Well, he has some participations from great guys doing solos and everything.
Eddie Van Halen and some of those guys.
Yeah, but it's like nowadays I could be like, I listen to heavier stuff and I listen to stuff who had much more quality, although he's still one of the biggest artists ever, producing and composing and everything. But I can't disconnect, man. Once in a while it just I have this kind of, I don't know, nostalgic feeling. Well, I'm gonna listen to that, even if I don't like anymore one track or two from the records. Most of it I still enjoy it, man, and it's all because I listened a few years ago when it just came out. So I totally get you, man. I really totally get you.
Well, like the Cheap Trick records that were coming out at that point were
the live one was
kind of. The live one was great, and of course, also in '87, you had that movie, you know.
Yeah.
That movie that movie that just blew up and had and I will fight anyone. Is one of the best movie soundtracks as far as that goes ever, and that's of course referring to Top Gun. You look at the artists that were on that record and the tracks that were on that record. Oh, there's my first visitor. Hi, Dustin.
It's just an amazing record.
Boy. Oh, and Cheap Trick, Kenny Loggins.
Yeah, totally. Yeah,
just so many. Yeah, there's my first. There's my first. And there's number 2.
Who's that one?
So behind me is Dawson. He's my latest. I rescued him last March from the shelter up here in East Texas.
Oh, that's really cool.
Where I moved from South Texas, the very edge of South Texas, right on the Mexican border, where I was when I first started the channel. I moved up here from there in 2021. So when I did that interview with Root, I was in between places. I was back at the apartments where I originally started the channel. I remember that. And then because I didn't have everything was all packed up and boxed, because I was just basically waiting to close on the house that I'm in and to move. But you posted as we're working through the timeline here, you posted up the lyrics to Urban Discipline by Biohazard a couple of days ago.
And I'm going to watch them finally.
1992. 1992. And so many records that came out in 92 for me were utterly freaking life-changing. Like there were so many incredible metal records that came out in that year. Probably one of the best years in the 90s for metal, because Forward Display Powered by Pantera came out, Human from Death came out, Biohazard's Urban Discipline came out, and there's several others that I'm not even remembering right now.
Rage Against the Machine, for example, the first album. Yeah, it just came out, and it was a kind of a total different approach from what you ever listened to. And I still remember, I know bands like...
There's that other little record. There's that other little grunge record, too.
Oh, you have Dirt from Alice in Chains, which is one of the best.
Utterly in genre-defying record that came out when that happened. Like, But
It
talking
was,
about Urban Discipline by Biohazard,
yeah.
man, it was raw, it was visceral, it was honest. It was a departure from a lot of what you were getting, especially with the hair metal and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Guys growing up, a bunch of wops, a bunch of Italian guys from Brooklyn talking about these
oh god,
experiences.
yeah. I never heard it because the lyrics.
They were
If
pissed
you just
off
go
and
to the lyrics,
hungry.
yeah.
You
If
know
you go
the
just go to the lyrics,
drums?
it's really what the title says. Urban Discipline. It's just guys from Brooklyn, New York, talking about gang culture and the lifestyle they had, their own experience by living on Brooklyn. And
And
you used to listen to that
absolutely
only. Yeah, you only used to listen that kind of lyrics through
in
hip
hip
hop.
hop. Yeah.
Yeah, that was it. That was it.
Taking
And then these guys
that
come out.
urban
Gosh,
darkness and meshing it with hardcore and metal elements. And
it was just,
because
yeah,
it
it's
was
just
filmed, it was
just
recorded on a
perfectly.
shoestring budget.
Gosh, man.
The production was so raw. They recorded the drums in Billy Grazie's bathroom.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
so
Totally.
the drum sounds so raw because it's clanging in the bathroom.
They sound amazing, man. And those
And
kind of chorus, you already had bands like I don't know, like Cro-Mags and all these kind of bands coming from even Sick of It All in the beginning, and much older guys. I'm not remembering the name right now, but really iconic bands that started that kind of
from Virginia and
stuff.
bands like that.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, DC.
And
As you can say,
but yeah, exactly. But I remember I was at my cousin's house, and he was the one who, from my family, he was the only person I knew who liked really more extreme music. And we were watching Headbangers Ball, and it came. The video of Shades of Grey just came out, and it starts with a circle pit. The guy's playing in a place with a circle pit, and all of that was like, what the hell, man? Can you do this? I never heard anything like this before. And it was, I don't know, I kind of clashed between a couple of hours between, did I really enjoy this? Because it was so out there.
It
It
was
was
just
out of everything that was being made, man.
in your face aggression
Yeah.
and honesty, and it was so raw. They had that guerrilla filming moment where they recorded on the Brooklyn
Yeah,
Bridge with
yeah.
no permits, so they were completely illegal doing
Was
it.
it with no
Yes,
permits?
they had no permits. They didn't even realize they were supposed to have a permit to shoot that. So they recorded that on the Brooklyn Bridge.
That's brilliant, man. I know there's
And
lots of really important people from the hardcore scene, especially the New York
it's
hardcore scene in there that you barely notice. So that's
yeah,
like
so
kind of
many really
video
big
with all of the
names.
kings of the hardcore. They're all there, which
You
is
see the
brilliant.
you see
Man.
the
It's
guys
amazing.
that a couple of years later went out came out with the Life of Agony guys. Like you see some of those
Yeah.
guys in there, and of course 2 years later in '94 they released The River Runs Red, which
Oh gosh,
absolutely knocked my head off.
one of my favorite albums ever, man. I'm still looking for a copy on vinyl, to be honest
Oh
with
yeah,
you.
that's
But
a.
it's so expensive.
I think that's a struggle.
Yeah.
What else? There was some other stuff in '92, but just like that Biohazard record, Shape, and then you listen to Business, and they've got 2 tracks where they're just shredding. Oh, Man with the Promise, that are just
Man with the
shredding the
Promise.
record,
Oh,
shredding the record industry, just taking all of those fake record executives to task.
That's brilliant.
And I mean, with Business, just that chorus, music is for you and me, not the fucking industry.
It's
Just
brilliant.
railing on it back then, and people were going, "What? they're not
No one was
supposed
talking
to
about
do
any shit about
that.
that, man.
They're
Yeah.
not supposed to say that about us."
And they were
And
already on it wasn't such a big level as it is today, but
no, they
they
were on
were already
Roadrunner.
on Roadrunner Records, which was already one of the biggies. And to be able to do that, fuck, what an attitude. What an attitude.
And then, of course, ironically enough, the very next record they go to a major, and they
Yeah.
release "State of the World Address."
But it still have the same vibe to me.
It still had the same vibe. It wasn't as
Good.
aggressive. I know it was a good record. It was a good record, but even they said it. They're like, suddenly we have time, we have a budget, and I feel like definitely they made up for that the following record when they released Modelio, which was just raw and grabbed you by the short and curlies.
Modelio is really good.
Holding on.
They asked
holding on to your lower band parts there.
they asked Max Cavalera from Sepultura, which is Brazilian. They asked him to translate the name, so they put on the record.
Yeah,
the name of the record is in Portuguese. You still have the like the accent on the A to say own, which is a completely a sound that you guys don't use, which is quite curious. As for example, Faith No More on King for a Day, they have a lyric in Portuguese that was translated by Max as well. The guy just gave him and said, just translate him, which is flying dick translated. And you have in Portuguese, caralho voador, and it's brilliant, man. The guys are brilliant. It was very, very good times, man. I totally agree with you.
Now these viewers are well, we started talking about how we started the channel, and they're talking about all these records. We'll get there. We can do it.
It's going to be really, really long, but no worries. I'll do an edit during this week, a shorter version for the guys who are not going to have patience to listen to everything, but really appreciate it to everyone who's already watching the thing. You have Nuno saying hi.
Nuno, my brother, I already said good words about you right at the start, so
glad to hear you again, my friend.
I'm glad to be heard, my friend. I really am. Antonio, how are you, my friend?
Yeah, you know Antonio, so there you go. And you have Sandra Oliveira from Blame Zeus, which is, I don't know, she have one of my favorite voices from Portugal in terms of female singers, man. She has such a, oh gosh, the tone that she has, which is a natural thing that she was born with it. She can sing perfectly, but her tone is amazing, man.
I've said a lot of things about Blame Zeus. I've said a lot of things about Sandra and just that band, just how amazing they are. And certainly as this show goes on here, we will talk more about that because they're amazing, and the access that I was given for that last record was just
it's amazing, isn't it?
Oh my god, it was amazing, and we will certainly get into that. But
one of the best metal albums in the last 20 years coming from my country, man. At least that's my opinion. That's my opinion. You don't do records like that anymore so often, so that was really good. And you have João Farinha saying hi as well. I don't know if you know him, but
I do. Here. I absolutely do. What a fantastic singer he is.
There you go.
I'm happy to see him. I'm happy to see him progress with his latest project.
Off, man. You know much more from Portuguese music than I do, man.
So I guess to quickly speed up a little bit, we'll go back to these. But how I started, I really started when I joined the Army in 2000. I got out. I left active duty in 2004, and I moved down to Richmond, Virginia.
God, you've been through all the country, man. And it's not a small country we're talking about.
For people who don't know, there's been a couple of bands that have come out of Richmond that have done pretty well over the years.
Yeah,
you have Pentagram, you have the Almighty Guar, and of course the band that tore it up in the late 90s and early 2000s and really put Richmond on the current metal map is Lamb of God, which I was so fortunate to see them back in '98 in Richmond. Open for Guar when they were still Burn the Priest.
Oh gosh!
And the rumors were starting to float around that they were starting to get shot by labels. But so right as I was getting out, and I was getting ready I was out hanging out with my fiance at the time, looking for the latest Ice Earth record at that time, which was Glorious Burden. Just came out in February of 2004. And this girl goes, she's working at the Sam Goody in the mall, the open air mall I was at. And she's like, come out to this local show tonight. It's a CD release party. And she was the the girlfriend of the singer for a band called Chalkline Beauty. And it was Saint Diablo, who I'm still pretty good friends with those guys, their CD release party. And I got really into the Richmond scene. So I moved down to Richmond. I started working with that scene, working with Ballistic guys, with Separation guys, so many bands. And I just became like a lot of promoting, a lot of street teamwork, and it never left me. Never left me. I moved down and all throughout the military, my time in Iraq, with my second deployment, and in 0607, like those guys were so supportive. But in fast forward to 2017, I've been in Texas for a little over a year, and I missed working with bands. I'm watching these reaction channels start to pop up, because at that time it was so new and very few people were doing it. And
completely nowadays everybody
now it's all over the place. But my big thing was like most people are doing this, they don't know anything. Like, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
No, I totally get you.
But they just didn't have the knowledge. They didn't have, and not necessarily even the passion for what they're getting fed or shown. And I was like, I need to bring a voice to this of somebody who's been there, who understands it. I've written print reviews over the years, and I wanted to take that idea of doing a review, but do it in real time and basically have conversation with you as a listener, as a viewer, about what I'm hearing as it happens. And which is far more difficult than being able to sit down and listen to a record many times and then jot down my thoughts and then put that into print. Instead, you're basically doing it on the fly, completely off the cuff as it's happening. And the big thing from the beginning for me was, sure, would I like to get more well known? Yeah, but the only reason for me really was more eyeballs. The more eyeballs to the channel means if I can get 2 people or 3 people to hear a band that they've never heard, then that's 3 more people that might give me a couple of fans that band didn't have before. And that's where I wanted to go. So I started out with just putting videos up into the ether, and a couple of people started, and then in December,
you know what?
I got a couple of hardcore people. And what's up?
Let me tell you just one thing before you go a little bit further on the conversation. What you were talking about, I totally agree with you. It's curious because I totally agree with you on what you were saying about the way you do things. Because around that time, when I used to watch your videos, I was completely off of this thing of social media and promoting music and all that stuff. I was more into, I had my own band. I still had my own band. And I was still into that. But there was a difference between the few people that were doing that, like you said, which were more robotic and more worried about the timings and the views and if this is going to give me more subscribers or not. And then I don't know how one of your videos came suggested by another one I was watching. And I was like, that's it, man. That's my guy. That's what I want to listen to. Someone who really loves what he's talking about. Because you take out the passion, you just can't get the information out of anywhere, man. You can go to Wikipedia instead of a video, and it's exactly the same. And that's what you became kind of one of my first inspirations on how to approach all this thing. Before I even thought about it,
It's just freaking mind-blowing, to be honest. It's never what I expected as I started up. I guess the first stuff that I did a video for Blind Ivy. I did a video for Be Under Arms so both of those bands, female fronted. Even though I hate that genre, I hate that subgenre. I mean, singers are singers, but both fantastic singers. Beyond Our Arms are still active. Anna and her husband are the vocalists. They're both incredible. But then I started, and it was so funny because I did a Duran Gray video, and I had a good friend that was big into Duran Gray, and it was from that record from DSS, Dum Dum Spiro, or
Yep.
Of course, I'm pronouncing it wrong, and the Duran Gray fans are gonna jump all over me.
No,
But it was for Different Sense, and I was honest about it. I was like, I don't understand it. The video was distracting. I couldn't completely grasp it. I heard a lot of those new wave of Swedish death metal, like the Gothenburg influences in there and the guitar work. But I'm like, so the analytical side, I'm trying to process it all, and I was like, I don't get it.
Yeah.
And and of course, I certainly had some people that made death threats and all that kind of stuff and hated me for it. But what really happened was people were like, well, why don't you try this? And why don't you check out that? And so suddenly the Japanese, the visual casing, which I really hadn't had a lot of experience with. I mean, the bands I knew from Japan were the big ones, X-Japan, Loudness, and the more traditional metal bands. And other than a friend of mine at the time who was big into Duran Gray, like hearing it in the car was pretty much the only experience I ever had with Duran Gray.
They have such a huge scene.
So that blew up.
Everything, yeah.
And suddenly I started getting subscribers. And then Muckracker, who was named after the artist, made a suggestion in January 2018, very early 2018. And it was one of the suggestion that just forever altered my life in general on the channel and in person, and just as a personal life, is he said, hey, check out this Portuguese hardcore band called Switch Tents.
Oh gosh, they're so fucking good, man.
So yeah, I want to say it was like January 16th or 17th of 2018. I did a video for Switch Tents, and the Facebook page I have now, which was originally just for the channel, which has just become my main page over the years. I didn't have my other page anymore. But I had Hugo reach out to me, and he was, man, thank you so much for doing this, and I really appreciate it. There's this amazing scene, and the only band I'd really I'd heard of Sacred Sin, and it was kind of like that lingering name in the back of my head from Headbangers Ball, of course, way back, that turned out to be Dark Side.
Yeah, exactly. It was the first band ever, no matter what genre, it was the first Portuguese band ever to be talked about in MTV. So right. You can imagine how much
important they were on Headbangers Ball alongside Obituary and Death and
somewhere in time, I shared with the band I had back then. I think it was around 96, if I'm not wrong, or 95, something like it. I shared briefly a garage with them. I already spoke with Jose, which is the singer and bass player, in a thing I had that was only dedicated to bass players, and
right.
the guy didn't even remember half the stories I had about him. But it's brilliant, man. I just watched it in the front line happening in Portugal. It was so far out, man. I know it was kind of from what he told me, it was kind of this contest where Portuguese bands could the Headbangers Ball was kind of going to Portugal,
right?
And they just kind of made like this thing. Well, show us. You guys can send them some demos or some albums or some records, and they were the ones Vanessa Warwick picked up,
right.
And it was kind of like, man, that was Portuguese guy can played like that and can
Right.
be on MTV, the scene just completely exploded in terms of heavy metal bands because he had like I don't know, he had a few of them that were really into it. I don't know if you know a band called Shrine.
Yeah.
They just had one record, yeah. That was my main knowledge, and this was like I don't know, probably '96 or something like that. And when that happened, it was a huge change, man. It was a huge change. So you remembering that, and you're American, it's still
Yeah.
got him fucking honor nowadays,
Oh
you
yeah.
know.
So we did the video. We started talking on Facebook, and he put up that I covered the video, and he's like, "I'm going to give you a list of bands," and he put it in this Facebook post. I saved the link to that Facebook post to my internet browser, and it was a list of like I don't know 10 or 11 bands, and then more bands just started adding their stuff on this post, and next thing you know. I blink and within a couple of days, like there's this list of like 30 or 40 bands. And so I'm going back to like, I was like, at least once a week, I'm going to do a Portuguese band. And the more bands I covered, the more bands,
the more bands you got,
me.
yeah, suggested.
And the more people from the scene who started reaching out and getting a hold of me, like Bruno, the guitar player, main man for All Against. He who does the fantastic, who's doing shooting fantastic videos and did the droning around stuff. He made the intro. He made the intro that I have to the channel. Like he just sends it to me and goes, "Hey man, do you like this? I made this for you." And I'm like, and it's funny because I remember when that happened. I remember originally some people were upset that when I did the first track I did from them, I wasn't completely sold, and it reminded me a lot of Heathen, and I said that, and some people were like, "Oh, that bald American guy, you know, he's hating on this band, he hates them," and you know, we started talking. We still talk, and he's a great person.
Yeah,
and
he's an amazing guy.
It was never about hatred. It was or even dislike. It was just explaining what I heard. And you know, the one thing I've always the rule for myself is that if I say something negative, and even if I don't like something, I'm going to find something positive in it, and I'm going to say that positive, because there's no such thing as pure negative or pure positive. There's always going to be things that you're going to taste. Having taste is subjective.
Yep.
It's down to the individual, that individual's hearing what that individual likes. It wraps into this whole mental and emotional thing. There's going to be stuff that I have biases, even though I try to go into everything unbiased. It's impossible. So there's going to be things, and if you're familiar with other stuff, when those bands are influenced by it, you're going to hear that. And so I remember first, people were upset about it. I wasn't trying to be negative. And we spoke, and he's like, "Can you take that video down? But when we come out with," and I was like, "Sure. When we come out with some new stuff, would you?" Like I'll be the first one to put it up. I'll be the first one to cover it. I promise. And so I just started working through these bands, and suddenly, and then I got approached by Daniel Sampaio about doing the Portuguese distortion stuff. And my goodness, man, I'm doing 4 or 5 Portuguese bands an episode, sometimes more, and the response was insane. Like, I didn't expect it, man.
Did you notice any good reactions from people from US or not Portuguese reacting to your reaction and going like, where the fuck did these guys came from? Where did you find them?
What blows me away, and I still see it pop up every now and then, is I've had people from Portugal go, "Well, I didn't know this band existed. How do you know?" Like, because they contacted me, because they reached out and talked to me personally, and they asked me to cover this. And it was like mind-blowing. And To me, the mark has always been if the artist or the band whose work that they have written and created and lovingly nurtured into existence, if they reach out to me and say, I really appreciate what you've done, or you hear us in a different way, or thank you so much, that means the absolute and utter world to me.
Yeah.
Because
totally
here I am as a critic, and that's exactly, I'm critiquing their passion. I'm critiquing their art. And I always have the best intention to do it justice.
But in the end of the day, you have to be honest to yourself as
well.
well.
I have to be honest, but at the same time,
if you start just saying good things about everyone,
well, then I'm not being honest.
Everybody just like this guy just fucking loves every kind of thing that anyone sends to him. And so I totally get you, but yeah,
I just the way I was raised is my dad said it for years. Being kind doesn't cost you anything.
Yeah. That I'm totally with you. Yeah.
And you treat everybody like family, and immediately here I am, thousands of miles away on the 9 miles from the Mexican border, and I've got this underground scene in Portugal, treating me like one of their own. They're like, yeah, you're art. I've had some people like E-Kid Marquez and Oz from Legacy of Cynthia and his new project, and their last expansion on his last project, which I shouldn't, but Miguel from Equileft, and the guys from Revolution Within. Like
you're speaking of
got Raka and El Matador and those guys. Like it's like I've said, like you're our Baldman, you're our American, and it's like.
No, we are very appreciative when someone from outside kind of notices, because I bet that most of those bands you just mentioned, they also tried, or before you or after you, tried other people that do reviews, whether it's on YouTube or magazines or whatever, and the most common answer is no one gives a fuck. You don't even listen back. So you became this guy who kind of, we don't know where you come from, but you're like a brother from another mother to all of us,
I'm happy to say that I was really one of the first people to really dig into the Japanese stuff and to really dig into the Portuguese stuff. And, eventually Pedro and his son started diving more into it and get back their Portuguese heritage as they got bigger and bigger in the channel, and they're great people. I'm so happy for the success that they've had over the years as a channel, A&P. But it was weird in a way to be paving the way for some of the smaller people and having some people kind of copy some of the things that I was doing. And sitting and having that conversational approach to talking about the music as you've heard. My brother from another mother, one of my other best friend, we would just, whenever a new record came out, we would just jump in the car, pop that record into the CD player, and just drive and listen to the record completely uninterrupted. And we just sit there back and forth and have that conversation of, man, listen to that moment there, listen to that, and pick out these little things. And that's really something that I try to relate when I walk through these journeys on the channel. And it's why, even though they're difficult, why I love doing full records, even though those doing the first of the Vaxis records from Coheed, that was like a 2-hour video. That was brutal, but that was a surprise when I wasn't a huge Coheed fan, and I did the video for the big one from Secrets of Silent Earth.
Yep.
And I'm trying to think. I'm gonna have to go look it up now because it's been a while.
Let me just show you. You have more people here.
Oh man!
Vitor Ferreira. I don't know if you know him.
Yep, I do.
Well, like I told you, you know better my country than me, man. Have you ever been in Portugal?
No,
You have to go. You have to
I
go and
need
visit those
to.
guys, man.
That's the goal. That
You,
truly
you,
is the
you,
goal, man.
you have to do a mini tour. You're gonna get so well received by
I
everyone because
wanted to do
that's how
it
we like.
this
Sometimes
summer.
we're completely bastards to ourselves, you know. But if you come from out of Portugal, we're the kindest people in the world. We're just like family. You have Edgar Alves. Edgar has a great, great, great fucking band right now. They had this record last year. The band is called Last Piece Before
Okay.
Death, and it's kind of a trashy vibe, but they mix a little bit more stuff. And the guy has this kind
Edgar,
of
how are you, my friend? It's nice. It's nice to see you again as well, man.
oh fuck, it's so amazing, man. You have to
But
check that out. He was
yeah.
talking about Switch Dance. Nuno was saying that we miss Switch Dance
Oh
because they're
God, I do too. Their last record
Yeah,
was
yeah,
so stellar.
yeah.
But it was Josh Shepard, the drummer from Coheed, started popping into the Coheed videos I was doing, and I was like, turned out to really be him. But the Portuguese community, I got the most direct feedback from whenever I did a record, and then it started with bands like sending me tracks. Hey, we're working on this. Do you want to hear some of what we're working on? And it felt like I was back in the Richmond scene all over again, where bands are like, hey, can you come into the rehearsal space and take a listen to this and see what you think? The fact that people think that just an old ball-headed combat veteran or army veteran like myself, war veteran like myself, has valued my opinion and still it's still mind-blowing.
Mate, I told you, it's all because of you being yourself, which is more rare nowadays. Even if it was rare when you started, nowadays it's even more rare. Because what you usually see on YouTube, and I follow lots of people on YouTube, just to fall asleep sometimes, to be honest with you.
I don't want to live in a world where I can't be myself.
Yeah, but the thing is, what happens is some guy, like for example, Metallica had the first single from this album. Even people who don't like Metallica or never heard Metallica before, because that's gonna give in the first 48 hours, I don't know how many fucking couples of views. They're just gonna do it, and it's like short videos. You just end the video and you're like, well, where's your opinion? Did you like it? Did you not like it?
Right.
Or
What did you like about it? Why did you like it? Why didn't
from
you?
the other guy, you know? So that's the main difference. You just came out like expressing your sincere opinion, and it's your total personality, man. We fucking love you because of who you are, and that's how it works, you know. For as much as you can be a good reviewer, like I told you, that's like a good review. A good reviewer. How many good reviewers you have in the world right now, especially with social media? You have hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, man. It's just like to listen to the same shit over and over again. You don't need another guy. That's why we miss you. We miss you because of that. Because you're like, man, you're like family. You just go to the point. And it's like, if you like it, you just say it. If you like it, you just put it on. And I totally agree with you. I think whether it's your kind of music or not, when I used to do reviews as well initially, I kind of, you were talking about it and I was thinking, we are so much alike.
We really are. And that's why we get along so well. We've been talking for so many years. You surround yourself with like-minded people.
And
you really do.
I didn't even know that, man. I know we're kind of very alike, but not so alike as this conversation has been going along. Because I always felt the same, like you said a few minutes before. For as much as you don't like the track, there's always a point where you can recognize the value of the song you're listening to. That's it. There's always something that you can pick and say, look, it's not my kind of music. I usually don't listen to this. I'm not gonna run and buy the record straight away. But between all of this that it's not my kind of music, the music I put on my CD player or something. Guys, this bit, this is fucking amazing, man. This reveals some kind of talent. And that's you, man. That's you, you know? that's really you. And I didn't know that I was kind of stealing you. And
You're
the
not
fact
stealing
is,
me.
through
You're
the course
just
of the
allowed.
conversation, maybe I stole a lot of things from you,
It's
from
not
your attitude,
stealing
man.
though. It's fun if you're able to just to take something from me and find part of your own voice in that. That's
Yeah,
not stealing. That's just unlocking a part of yourself and making
yeah,
you feel more comfortable and more free to be able to let that go. And I think that's both the the best and the hardest thing for somebody to do when you're sitting there putting yourself out there to the world on the internet. I mean, I have broken down in tears on videos and had my emotions out there utterly raw and just been hit by music in some of the most direct, powerful ways
yeah,
where a lot of people would not put that up.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
they wouldn't. I don't. I wouldn't not put it up because if I'm going to sit there and give you who I am and give you my take on something, then if you can't love me when I'm at my best, if you can't love me at my worst, then you can't love me or appreciate me at my best. And when I'm crying because something moves me that much, or it hits me in a way that's personal or taps into a point in my life that was emotional, then I'd be a fool to deprive the people that watch my videos from that, and I'd also be betraying myself and not being true to who I am. And the one thing I never want to be on this channel is fake,
Yeah, yeah,
because
that's it.
integrity is so key to it's one of those core things. It's one of the seven army values. It's something that I've grown up with my entire life. And I'm if I'm nothing without my honesty, and I'm nothing without my
Exactly.
integrity.
Yeah,
To be I don't want to be what everybody else thinks I should be. And my audience is always going to be niche
yeah,
because I'm not going to conform to what other people want. Oh, you talk too much. Oh, you do this. Oh, you do that. Well, there's this thing called a choice. You can
exactly.
watch my videos or you don't.
I totally agree with
But
you, man. That's my whole attitude.
there's plenty of
You
people
know,
that do. I've had
the,
millions of views, and I'm
you know,
still blown
yeah,
away by that to this day.
yeah,
I still,
exactly.
I'm coming back to doing this stuff because I still get contacted about it because people, my friend, but because people still want it, and that's surprising. And there's still, that's the scenes, the lesser scenes, the Portuguese bands still reach out, and I've still held off on listening to certain stuff because I want to do videos of it and be surprised by it.
And you have to
That's been
start
hard.
doing
That's been
videos, man.
hard. Is like, hey, there's stuff that I want to hear that I haven't because I want to do
Yeah,
something on it. And we talk about the Portuguese scene, and I usually want to move away from that and go to some of these other bands. But right now, with some of us, the people that know me are from this scene, and there's so many
brother,
amazing
I'm gonna tell you
bands.
something. Since you stopped, this got there's so many. I was buying records since you stopped. I was buying records. I'm not. I already told this. Probably some guys in Portugal don't believe in me, but this is true. And I could afford it back then. I was spending 400 quid every single month
I'm not
just on
surprised.
records from
No,
Portugal.
no, there's so many
And
great bands out
and
there.
I couldn't get all the stuff I wanted. There's still stuff that I want to get from 2020, 2019, that I couldn't get it, and I just went along. My priorities was, well, these guys just came out and I can do a great video about it, and that was the priority. But all the stuff that I couldn't afford and I couldn't buy until now, it's still I still want to buy it. I still
Right?
want to get it. You can't imagine how much. Well, you can imagine because you know
Oh yeah.
better my country than me right now.
Well, I
But
don't. No, I
there's
don't. No, I don't.
so much stuff. So just come back on track. We support you. You have lots of Portuguese bands to start
Couple
off.
weeks.
Gosh, and I'm not even going to suggest you a couple because I bet you have loads already
Now that I've got my setup working again, I'm happy with the space. I'm happy with how things look.
Yeah.
This next week, this next week's gonna be busy. Next week and a half's gonna be busy, but like Wednesday, I drive out to Dallas to go see Gojira, Mastodon, and Lorna Shore with my good buddy, and then next week I get to make a massive drive and be a best man at one of my best friend's weddings. So be out of town for a little bit. But after that, when I get settled back in, then it's time to start doing stuff again. But
please, man, just come back. We're waiting for you.
The new Needle records just dropped, and I don't know if you've heard them, if you spent time with their. Oh my God, man, the soundscapes they create. I was sad that their drummer stepped back and left the band because he's a fantastic player. Of course, their new drummer is amazing, wonderful person, great player. But you talk about female vocalists in Portugal and their vocalist, she is super, 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 super talented. Beautiful voice, definitely up there with some of my favorite voices in Portugal. Right up there with ladies like Ruth and Sandra. There's no lesser. Just because I'm mentioning you in a different order does not mean I don't love you equally, by the way.
No, not at all, man. Let me just say, in the meanwhile, you have Equilift.
Oh, my brother's an Equilift.
Big hug from us. They're just fucking amazing, all of them.
I talk to Miguel Martin so much. Like we message back and forth a couple of times a month. Yeah. Just an amazing, salt of the earth, wonderful, wonderful person. The Jedi himself, the coffee and cookie man, the better half to his wonderful dog, Princess Leia.
Yeah, he does. Oh,
another. I'm so happy they're near. It's like I was telling him, like, oh, I think on one of your videos or one of your posts about this upcoming chat. It's like just in time, coming back just in time for your new record to come out.
Yeah.
Because We Defy is such a strong, crushing record, but so positive.
That record was offered to a friend of mine from Porto. He didn't want to say that it was him who offered me. He doesn't have any band. He just a guy who goes and watches concerts once in a while in Porto, and he's been on the concert who was the presentation of the album of We Defy. And that has such more importance to me, and he knew that. It's just not the record. It was the record who was bought on that specific concert, the one that they were showing for the first time. This is our new record, and I love the fucking band. And I'm gonna be honest, man. Miguel is like on my heart. And during the COVID, while everybody was at home, I also have lots of stuff from Star Wars, and just to put the vibe a little bit up because we were all at home, really, really down. And I told him, you know what, Jedi? I'm gonna grab all my shit from my kid's bedroom, and I'm gonna show you how much stuff I have from Star Wars as well, which includes, I don't know, toys, all the sizes. I have the swords, the fucking light swords, and all that. Oh man. And he was like, that's how we start kind of talking a little bit more. I went to Porto. I couldn't be with him, but did just
great people. And when I get down and when I start having struggles, some of the first tracks because I use music as a cathartic experience for me. It helps me heal. It helps me feel better. I use it at the gym. One of the first tracks I reached for these days is Overcoming. Yeah. Off of We Defy, along with Strive and Before Sunrise, because they're just like he's a beautiful bald man that just when he writes, he puts his soul down on the paper and translates it into that voice. And to have music that heavy with such a positive message is utterly amazing. And those guys have just been amazing supporters. I need to buy another shirt because unfortunately I wore the shirt out that I had. I wore the Equilift shirt they sent me out to the point where it's got like 4 holes in it. I can't wear it anymore. But when we were,
You have to put it on a frame.
when the lockdown was happening, and that's why I always advocate wearing band shirts. I've gone on. I'm gonna try not to get on my soapbox here, but because people and their stupidity about not wearing shirts if you don't know the band and all that.
Oh,
Garbage,
no. Fuck
opinion.
that. Screw that. Yeah.
The guy I was back when in the early part of COVID in South Texas, where they were still limiting how many people could go into the grocery store at once. I was wearing my Equileft shirt, and I think it was still limiting like 30 people, so it was like late March, early April, and the guy's looking at my shirt and he's like, Equileft. Like they're a
read it, brother.
Yes, I cannot wait. But I was like Equileft. They're a progressive metal band, progressive metal group metal band from Portugal. Fantastic stuff. And again, because of that shirt, you're having a conversation, and that's the whole point to me. Is if somebody looks at it and goes, "Oh, well, who's that?" You can have a conversation and point them to something. Because truly, what is a shirt? It's a billboard. Yeah, it's a billboard that you can show somebody that it's free advertising, or even advertising that you paid to advertise. You're showing your love and affection for that band. And if I give it to somebody who doesn't know the band and they like the shirt and they wear it, it doesn't hurt anybody else. It just gives them an ability to reach more people.
Yeah. I think it still works when you kind of wear shirts that the bands are not so well known.
Yeah, it does.
Because right now you can get the Iron Maiden and the Ramones and the most well-known bands. You go to the Primark stores or H&M or whatever you have on US, and you can get them. Okay, even if you don't know the band, you can get them.
Right.
So those are the bands that people used to say that opened the conversation. Do you know that the band that you're wearing, Slayer or Iron Maiden or whatever? But those kind of bands, I still kind of do that. I do not approach the people I don't know wearing a shirt from a band. But I'm going to tell you what. I remember in 2019, I went to the hospital, and while I was waiting, there was this girl with a hardcore straight edge band, and I didn't listen to any hardcore straight edge bands for I don't know how many years, and that grabbed my attention. And I was like, I don't know these guys. And it was Odd Man Out.
Okay.
And
they're awesome.
Yeah. And the first thing I did when I got home was check on them on the internet, and check if they were good or not. And that was fucking amazing, man. And that it's kind of go to the point where we're saying that wearing a shirt is like just sharing your love from the music you like, man.
For the bands that you're wearing, like I said, it's free advertising. Like
exactly.
Anytime you wear it, somebody's going to see that, and that's why I wear them on the channel. I need to restock my inventory at this point. I can get a bunch more shirts. But like I always make sure to try to wear stuff like that because any eyeball sees it, it's going to see that band again. Maybe somebody's going to look at it and go, well, I wonder if he's got a video on them, or I wonder what they sound like. And
exactly, man.
If you're attracting that kind of crowd, which is the crowd that I hope to attract, and I've always wanted to attract, is people that are going to be open-minded. It's like I'm open-minded, and I'll listen to stuff that I might not normally like on the channel because you know what? If I don't, I might miss out. And there's that whole fear of missing out, that FOMO thing. I don't want to miss out because if I'm going to try it once, if I don't like it, I don't like it. And maybe there's something there that makes me reach out and want to try something again. But be it food or music, I'm going to give it an honest chance because you never know when you hear something how it might catch you, and it might be different. Like with Dirt and Gray, I couldn't listen to them I couldn't get into them, and now I love them. I've seen them live. I have everything they've done. With Coheed, I didn't like them they sounded too emo for me when I originally got into them, when I originally heard them when they were getting big. And now I've seen them twice. I did a bunch of content that got me fantastic subscribers and great experiences.
Yeah.
Because sometimes tastes evolve. You might not like something 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And you might like them now. You might like something, you might like something back then. You might not like it now.
It happens to me all the time, man. It happens to me all
Absolutely.
the time. Bands that I didn't like it, and I go and check now, and I just got completely addicted. And lots of bands and from different genres. I don't know. I stopped liking, for example, it's completely off the metal scene, but for example, I never liked in the 90s or of Sonic Youth.
Oh,
it
God.
was never my kind
yeah,
of
I
thing.
didn't either at first, but when you finally click,
yeah, exactly.
They've got
That was
amazing
it.
stuff.
And like, I don't know, 10 years ago, when there was a song that clicked on me, and then I went to check their whole career, and I was completely addicted. And I still am. And it was a thing that when they were on the hype, if we can consider that, I didn't like them. When they were playing on TV and I could have easy access to the band, I didn't like them. And there are so many bands and so many artists that happened to me and still happen to me nowadays. So even the music from the past and music nowadays, I always trying. For example, I'm not a big fan of Moonspell. They have like one album that I really fucking love. Well, two, but it never been my kind of music. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I admire them as a band so much that every single fucking year I go and review all from top to bottom, all their career. And it's that kind of thing. I just don't take things for granted. So it's really good to have someone else besides me saying that you just have the same attitude towards music.
I think
because it's not a linear thing, and we are people that we as people are always changing and evolving. So you're never exactly the same that you were even yesterday. So everything can change. Your life experience can put you enjoying the music that you didn't like, for example, and that it's all associated with that. I really like what he said, man.
I want to touch on what you just said because I think it's one of the most powerful things and that's something that everybody should adopt and everybody should hear is you said, I don't take things for granted.
Exactly, man.
And that's how I call it preaching, call it whatever. You don't like my opinion. Well, you'd already go. But you shouldn't take things for granted. I try every day of my life from the moment I wake up to the moment I go to sleep is to not take anything I have in my life for granted. For what I've done with the channel, from where I'm at now in my life, my wonderful, wonderful dogs, but who are my family members here, you know. Every second that you spend on this earth it's not a given that you're gonna be existing the next. So that fact that you said I don't take anything for granted and you're open to that and that dictates your choices and how you approach things is so important.
Man, I'm gonna stop you there because I want to get something from you that I'm really curious. I don't care if you're going to be talking for 4 hours or the whole night. I don't care about that. I already told you if no one listened to, I'll make an edit, and this is going to be like a short.
You'll break it up into some of the things you know people might want to see.
Yeah. So right now we're just talking like we're
hanging out. We're
Exactly.
We're sharing a beverage, non-alcoholic in my case. Just we might be across time zones and across the continents, but
I'm drinking tea just with a tiny bit of bourbon.
We're both drinking tea.
It is Jim Beam. Yeah, I prefer Jack Daniels, but that's what.
Oh man, you would be blown away by the Texas whiskey scene. I just got to say that right now.
Fuck, man. That would be a paradise for me. But I'm going to pick the last point where you're talking about and taking things for granted. And you just share as much information because this is going to be really personal. And I know some stories that you already shared with me. Did your military life experience kind of change you the way you see things nowadays?
The short answer, yes.
And the big
The
answer,
short answer is
big answer.
without a doubt, yes.
What kind of
From
experience it was in terms, we know what the military is about, we know what is the reason of its existence, and it doesn't matter those things, I'm against guns and all that stuff, it doesn't matter. That is out of context right now. What I want to know right now is how much that experience changed you to become the person you are today, and
so
what
many
is
things
the
to be
balance
said there.
between who you were before and who you were after.
Well, the two, like, there's stages to it. When I joined the Army in 2000, I was a scrawny, and I mean scrawny. I don't know what the I don't I didn't I've got a miles to kilometers thing set up when we talk about distances here, but I don't know the conversion off the top of my head for kilos to pounds, but I was
No,
scrawny.
no, no.
I was about six
Don't worry
foot
about that.
1 inches tall. I maybe weighed 150 pounds, 155 pounds soaking wet. My shoulders were like here as opposed to where they are now that I filled out and gotten broader in the shoulders and more rotund. But I was long haired and I didn't talk to people like this. I didn't have the confidence. I was shy, and I looked down at my feet a lot. It was like making eye contact and allowing, like, making contact to me has always been one of those things where when you look at somebody in the eyes, you're giving them a gateway to your soul and vice versa. You're making that intensely personal connection. When you meet somebody, you look them in the eyes, you shake their hand. That's sharing a very big interpersonal moment, and that was difficult for me when I went to basic training in the Army at Fort Jackson, South Carolina, or as we love to call it, Relaxing Jackson, because it's definitely one of the easier places compared to if you. And back then it was one of the first places to go co-ed, so I had ladies in my basic training class, and now it's all completely open. But back then there were still a couple of male only basic locations. But the story I always tell there is, as I'm going through basic training, you become confident, because that's the point. The point is to take you from wherever you happen to be in your civilian life and turn you into a war fighter, or at least help start that change. Because eventually you got to go through your job school, go to your unit and all that stuff. But you're joining a profession that is one that you may or may not go to war. I mean, I joined, the biggest thing when I was joining was Kosovo and the tail end of Bosnia. So we weren't like, the 9/11 did not happen until right before I left Korea, but you're still training for that. That's what they're trying to turn you into something, and to show you that you are bigger than yourself, that the world is bigger than yourself. You can't do everything on your own, that you have to work as a unit, and they're building your confidence. So when you go into those kind of situations, you have the confidence and the training to survive, which means you need to become a different person, like it or not. Yeah. If you go into a situation like that and you're not confident, you're going to die. It's just how it is. It's not being negative or positive. It's just a fact that if you out on the road to drive your car and you're not confident in your abilities, you're going to screw up. And that screw up can hurt. And if you're in a situation like combat, then where people are depending on you, then having a reasonable degree of fear is good, but like,
to not
you don't want to go, but if you hesitate, if you second guess, if you're not confident enough in yourself and your training to make those decisions, then people die. So that's what basic training is. When we're getting ready to graduate, we're on family day, which is the day before graduation. My mom's down, my dad's down, my older brother's down, and I'm like heavy from my dad. They release us inside this little kind of like a gymnasium to find our families and then to have a presentation. And I'm like 5 feet from my dad, and he's looking at me, but he doesn't see me because he's looking for the kid that just went. He's looking for the 19-year-old kid that walked steep shouldered and looked down, not the ramrod straight, confident guy that just went through one of the craziest 9 weeks of his life. And the only time when he finally saw me is my tiny little short redheaded 5'2" mom comes flying at me from my left side and damn near knocks me off my feet and just wraps me in the hug. And finally I could see my dad's eyes open up. And it was that look of, I'm not his kid anymore. I'm not just his son anymore, that I've changed. And suddenly after that, it's like, I just went through these crazy experiences with a group of fantastic people that quickly become your family. And that unconfident kid was gone. Suddenly I'm not that anymore. I know I just went through this. And then when I completed my job school and went to job school and then went to Korea, and started doing my job, I changed. I was happy, and I became far more outgoing and less in my shell. But the really big one after that, sticking to basic training, one of the things we do, and a lot of countries do it, and a lot of branches do it, is you do get to experience a little bit of live fire. It's done in a safe, controlled environment. We have in the Army, we have what they call the night infiltration course. You do 300 meters roughly of obstacles, and then you get out to this big sandy area. And I was actually part of the detail to set it up, where on these big old towers, they're like, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 feet high. But on the top of each one of these towers is a machine gun. Back in that case, it was an M60. Back in those days, it's a 240 now. And they have thousands of rounds of live ammunition. And you're going to crawl. Either you're going to shift from a low crawl to a high crawl, back and forth, depending on what obstacle you're negotiating. If you've got to crawl for 300 meters across the sandy environment, flares are popping up. You've got artillery simulators going off, and you have literal war shots, live ammo going over your head. It's safe. You can quite literally stand up and walk through it. You're fine, because the beaten zone's way behind you. They're firing to burn. But you're still getting that exposure to live fire, to what it feels like to have live weapons go off around you.
Yeah.
Because, it may or may not happen. Now, if you deploy, well, it's quite possibly it did, because of course, a year and a half later, I graduated in early June of 2000, and just a year and some change later, call it 15 months, 9/11 happened. So when I deployed to Afghanistan in 2002, and I got back, and the other part of not taking things for granted happened.
You've been in the front line. Yeah.
No, I'm an aviation guy. I'm certainly not infantry. I would never say that I was on the front line. I went outside the wire a few times. I've had some interesting experiences. Took a lot of indirect fire, rockets and mortars throughout the time, mainly in Iraq. But when you talk about not taking things for granted, when you're eating meals ready to eat, MREs, or like basically canned foods and such, or having things like flushing toilets, or when we found an anti-tank mine that was under the tent we were sleeping in. It was just like right under where my cot was, and watching mines go off, and watching some of those. They were demining the entire time we were there at Bagram, and some of those things. I remember we got back to Germany in December of 2002. You've seen Beavis and Butthead Do America, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know the scene where they're in the bathroom, where they're just sitting here with the motion controlled toilet.
Yep.
Myself and two of my buddies were standing there in the bathroom, It's the first time we have seen a flushing toilet in over 5 months. And we're sitting there like in the movie, just whoosh, whoosh. I remember doing the butthead, and I was like, "This is the coolest thing I've ever seen," because it was the first time in months that we saw that. And then when you start losing people, which happened, the first person that I knew that got killed was a couple of months later in F3. You realize just how human you are, and just how short things are. And just a combination of all those things was really like, it's not a given.
Yeah.
And it does, and you don't have to be in the military. I mean, you could choke on something and die. You could choke on your tea and suffocate and have it go down the wrong pipe. You could walk outside, go into your car and get hit. You could get into a car accident. It's certainly not, and I don't want anybody to ever think that is just limited to law enforcement, military, or first, those people, law enforcement, military, first responders. It's not. It's mortality is all inclusive.
Yeah,
everybody's affected, but those things for me really put life into perspective. I put in those little personal things. I will not allow myself to go to bed mad. I won't allow myself to go to bed angry. I won't allow myself. I don't want that. If I don't wake up the next morning for one reason or another, I don't want that on my conscience. I don't want that to be one of the last things I thought about was being angry, and I don't want to take the little things for granted, because I know what conditions are where things are sparse and you have very little to nothing. And there's a point where I was homeless, and before the military and even after, and I will never take having a roof over my head for granted, or being able to go to the store and have the cash to buy what I want to buy, or to be able to have fantastic gear and musical instruments, or to be able to rescue their dog. I mean, when I moved up here, I had Luna and Sam, and I was in a good place financially, and I decided that because of that, maybe I could save one more and do that. And I'm glad I did. Dawson's just an incredible boy. I love him to death.
He's been a star, man. In
Truly,
the background, but he's been a star.
When he gets hungry, he'll start barking. But the reason I didn't start stuff last year is he doesn't like closed doors, so he'll start barking. He sounds like a freaking cannon. But I didn't realize how much Sam needed him until I got him, because Lena doesn't play as much anywhere. But it's just things like that, and it's why whenever a band sends me something or somebody talks to me, I want to make sure that I take the time to interact, because it's a privilege. It's a privilege and it's an honor. And I don't say that. And I hope that people understand when I say this stuff, that I'm not being fake, that it truly is genuine.
No, I totally get you. You're a guy that you live for today. We can plan the future. We can have dreams about what we want to do. We can respect the past in terms of, okay, this kind of shaped me into what I am today.
Absolutely.
But I kind of get you when you said, and you almost made me cry, man. I had really, when you said that you refused to go to bed upset.
Right.
And I totally get you. I didn't have the military experience that you have, and this goes towards what you were trying to say. It's not exclusive to that life experience. For me, for example, what really shaped me and changed my life was I was 35 years old. I was healthy as hell, and because of a pneumonia that developed and the doctors didn't get it on time, I still have a fucking problem that on 2016 almost got my life.
Right.
And I remember I was in the hospital since 6 o'clock in the morning until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. And my breathing, I could see myself kind of a fish out of water, getting no air slowly and slowly dying. and the doctors were all around me at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. I didn't know if I was living or dying in the next few
Right.
moments. And the first thing that came to my mind in that moment, it wasn't that thing that everybody thinks about, that I could have done this, I could have been like that, I could have been better to that person. No, what came to my mind was my wife and my kids,
Yep.
which are the persons who are closest to me. And it was like, well, if we are kind of struggling financially right now with me living, if I'm gone, what the fuck is going to happen to them?
Right.
I didn't even had a single thought about myself.
It wasn't about
And
you. It was about them.
yeah, and since then, my life completely fucking changed, because that kind of situation, you're mortal and you can cross the road, and comes this guy is completely distracted and you're fucking gone in a second, and it's not your fault. But the thing is, to have that perception and to have the kind of experience when you really get to the point, well, this will not happen to me in a few couple years time,
Right.
or only when I'm old, or this will only happen to the people who are on the front line, like the military or the law enforcement or whatever. This can happen to everyone,
Anyway.
and almost happened to me. So your life completely changed, and that's why I was fucking almost crying when you said that, because I completely got you, man. I completely got you, and I have a total different experience related with that. So that was really amazing, man. Thank
And
you
that's
for saying
something
that.
that I haven't experienced.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had stuff land close, and I've been shot at and that kind of stuff. And I've had illnesses, but I haven't had that point where I'm in the hospital, like you're saying, had this almost out of body experience where you're got pneumonia, you're having your heart problem, and you feel like you're seeing it in a peripheral way, where
Yeah, totally.
you're seeing yourself there and you're seeing everybody around you, and you're having that experience, and you're not thinking about you, you're thinking about everybody that is going to suffer.
Yeah, exactly.
If you move on.
Yeah.
And that's something big too. When you talk about suicide, and I think, and of course that's a tough topic, but when you pass away, it doesn't just affect you. It has this massive ripple effect, this shock wave that runs through people that knew you as acquaintances, but certainly for your family. There could be there's financial implications. There's so many people other than just you that are affected by the passing of someone. And I just can't imagine being in that situation where you're in the hospital bed, you're struggling to breathe, and suddenly, but I completely identify with
you just
coming out of that, and and you're like, you want to make that change. And of course, that always makes me think of one of the most beautiful songs I've heard in the past many moons. I can't even think of how long it's been, but when Paulo from Blame Zeus reached out and he wanted me to listen to No, and I listened to it, and just to give my initial thoughts. And I think he shot me the unreleased video for The Warden. And then it's like, man, I'd love to hear the record. And the next day I've got Sandra messaging me, and she's like, so I heard you wanted to hear the record. So I was fortunate enough to get a copy of C like 6 or 7 weeks before it got released to the general public. But white.
I quit. I fucking quit.
But the song White always makes me think about that. Just the lyrically, and how it's about just cherishing and loving all of those relationships that you have, be it your family. And I love how she limited it. She didn't limit it to her loved one, to your husband, but to everybody that's in your circle, be it your friends, your family, the people that you hold dear. And like, when I think about that, that's one of those tracks that comes to my head. It's just a physical or a real life representation where you can listen to in a medium you can actually listen to can break down and comprehend. And of course, the video that they did for it is utterly incredible because I walk a lot. I walk a lot at night, especially, and I do a lot of rucking with weights, and I always have music going. So when I saw that, I'm like, man, that's if you change that woman to a bald guy,
that's me.
That's me, man. That's me with the backpack with weight on it. That's me.
Yeah, I totally get you, man.
At night, singing at the top of my lungs, badly half the time, and not caring whatsoever. But it's that just
Oh,
I'm at a loss there, brother.
Look, there are some songs that still get me if I listen to. There are some songs if I listen to. There was a band. There's this band who kind of the vocals are a little bit Pearl Jammy. I'm a fan of Pearl Jam. It doesn't matter.
So we're good.
The band. Man, I don't care if people like it or not. It's my taste, so it's like a personal opinion. But it's like the kind of vibe of the voice, the total, the way the music develops in terms of voice. It's really much the kind of the Eddie Vedder approach.
Okay.
But the lyrics
are
are kind of describing. It has this sentence where, oh gosh. I'm struggling again. If you were the sky, I'll be the bird. If you'll be the sky, I'll be the bird. That's how the song kind of ends with him repeating that, but it's like a crescendo in the end, and the music it's in its highest peak of emotion. And every time, I don't know why, and this is kind of a band that I watched once here in London because I went to watch another band and they were opening to them, and it was kind of surprise. And I bought the record in the concert just because of that song.
What's the band?
Every time I still listen to it, I'll break. My tears start rolling from my eyes. I can't control myself, and it's personal, and I totally get it's personal. And it's I can see that. If I show to a friend of mine, he's gonna listen to it and look at me. What the fuck are you crying, man?
I have a list of those songs.
Because I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying. I mentioned stuff that happened to myself, and that sentence, that like, I don't know, it might be a cliche sentence, but that sentence really got me when he got to that part. Let me tell you just one thing, one curious thing. What really happened to me when I survived that experience in the hospital, and this was really bad for me economic in the last years, was this collection that he's seeing, and it's not everything that I have in terms of vinyl. I had like, I don't know, as much this before I went to hospital, and there was this band that I really got into, especially the first album, and they kind of are associated with the emo core scene when the hype of new metal was going down,
right,
and the kind of the emo scene was going was starting, and the
so
guys
like
were in
90s, early
between,
2000s,
and no one back then, when they released the first album, no one back then knew how to describe them, what they really were, because they really like the bridge for it. And I'll show you the record, and I was like looking for this album. It was a re-edition, and I had it on CD when it came out. And this is what happened to me when the first thing it came to my mind when I woke up, and I thought, "Fuck, I'm alive, and I'm gonna live my life the fullest I can." The first thing it got into my mind was, "I'm gonna buy this," which is
Glassjaw. Oh yes, God, that's a good record.
Great album, man. Everything you ever wanted.
Fantastic record.
To know about Silence. Right now, even this re-edition, it costs a fortune. So, but this was what happened to me. I just thought, I used to buy records a few years ago. Why the fuck did I stop buying records, man? I'm gonna start buying records again, and I never stopped since then. That I don't know if it was a good thing that happened to me or not. Well, I'm happy with music all around and books.
Well, it's a good thing because all of those artists have managed to get some money from you, and I say it time and time again. I'll beat that drum until the day I'm no longer taking a breath. Is if you like a band, buy something, buy a CD, buy a shirt, buy a digital download.
whatever it
buy,
is. Yeah, yeah,
buy
yeah.
something
Just supporting the
because
band.
it
Yeah,
continues to allow them to either put food on their table or present their, to continue their art. And it's like, if you love that, if you love something that much, then you should absolutely support it, because I've seen it so much with the Portuguese scene where bands
yeah.
are
We can.
active, but
Yeah,
they might play a show here and there, but it might be years between records, and because they're self financing and they're self funding so much of this stuff, that they have to this stuff is really, it's not, they're not making money from it, not profiting
yeah,
off it, basically just reinvesting and turning around and
yeah.
being able to spend some time either in a studio or to buy the gear to be able to home record, to be able to reinvest that into more merch to
Yeah.
put out there. So
The
while
Portuguese.
it might not have been the best thing for your personal budget, it certainly is. One, it makes you happy, which to me that's worth a bit of itself. But two, having that fantastic record collection it's a great backdrop, and it puts cash into those bands' pockets, and it's also the journey of trying to find it. It's like the journey to get there. The journey to get to the destination can sometimes be worth more than actually achieving or reaching the destination itself.
I'm gonna grab that point of conversation that you were picking, and I'm gonna ask you something. Your opinion about what people nowadays. It's really common to say, especially for people of our generation who
Right.
grew up buying music. There was no internet. There was if you wanted to listen to a record, if you didn't have money to buy it, you had to ask for a friend or lend what he had. He would lend it to you what he had, and you would copy two cassettes and listen to it until the fucking tape was over, and then you had to ask again to record it again. And
Or you would sit there on the radio and
exactly.
record it off the radio
Oh goddamn! How many times
with a
just waiting
freaking
for the song to
microphone.
come by? Yeah, I did that a lot. So
I did
many
that
times.
too, and I'm
Yeah,
not ashamed to
seriously.
admit it. You
So
sit there and
many
you
times.
wait. You wait like
Yeah,
sometimes 12 hours to sit there, and you're like, if you've got
yeah,
somebody else in the room, shh, be quiet. I've got, shut up, the song's coming on. And recording it, basically pirating it
exactly,
off the
man.
bloody
How
radio.
many times? And later with the VHS recording videos as
Oh,
well,
my dad
waiting
was
for the
huge into
fucking
that.
video that you wanted to record to come out in
Go rent,
2 hours or I don't know,
go rent
Headbang the Wall or
it,
whatever, man.
or
How many?
tape it on the TV. Yeah, man.
Yeah, how many times? How many times? And nowadays, this new generation, generation of my kids, have that for granted for sure. My kids don't suffer from that thing because if they want to listen to a CD or a record or whatever, they have me. So they have lots of stuff, and I have recent stuff as well. Not what my girl listens because she goes to that kind of pop thing, new thing that I really don't like it. But besides that, even her, she likes old stuff like from
Right.
the 80s and the 90s. She listens a little bit of everything. But there's this question where people pick up a lot that the guilt from how the market is working in terms of people buying music, it's not as much rentable as it used to be a few years ago. It's all fault of of the streaming. But that's this thing. We also had means of listening to music and having music without buying it or having it for cheaper prices. So I think it's just an evolution of it. What's your opinion about it? What do you think about all this hype of the streaming and if it really affects music or not?
Does it? I mean, you mean as far as, does it affect the bottom line of the bands, or like how
No,
the record
yeah,
industry
more in
is,
the sense that you were talking about
or
on
just like
buying a
or the
record, supporting the
accessibility of
band.
it? Uh, it unfortunately, from a business standpoint, in my opinion, and talking to many bands, be it national, international, local, it's the proverbial double-edged sword. Music is more accessible than it's ever been. You can go and find the smallest of bands on YouTube or Spotify or these other streaming services and get access to their music, and you don't have to pay for it. So the ability to get your music out there to an audience is bigger than it's ever been. However, it's caused record labels to put in that utterly horrible thing that I hate called 360 deals, where they're taking profits from everything. They're dipping into your merch sales, they're dipping into your hardcore, your tour revenue and stuff, where they didn't do that before. For many, many moons, merch sales were not touched by the label. And now they're not only are they touched by the label, they're touched by the freaking venue, which is
yeah. And that's a really recent thing, yeah.
So everybody's digging it. So truly, the people that are getting screwed the most are the artists. There's my Sammy. Yeah, but yeah, my first of the two boys. I mean, this guy,
that's the one from the photo.
That's the one from the photo. This is Mr.
Yeah,
Sammy. He's a little chubbier, a little heavier than he was. I got the shelter 20 minutes before they closed when I rescued him in 2018, and they actually stayed open after they closed, so for myself and a couple of others that were getting last minute adoptions and got the adoptions through. I think we didn't walk out of there until about an hour later, till about 1940 or 7:40 for people that don't understand the 24-hour clock.
Yeah.
That if we didn't rescue him, he was going to be euthanized the next morning. We've been in the shelter for over 6 months. And why people didn't want him, I don't know, because he's my shadow, and he's utterly amazing. And I just truly cannot imagine how the last couple of years would have been. And even moving up here from South Texas, and
it was destiny, brother.
Oh, it was
meant to be you. You were meant to be together.
We were, and I'm truly lucky that I got him. But so there's that aspect. I think what should happen now, and the guys from Sabaton just recently touched on it, is own the rights to your stuff. Be the copyright holder. So, because when Spotify pays out, when Apple pays out, and all the other streaming services pay out, they pay to the rights holder. They don't, and then from there it trickles down. So if that rights holder happens to be the label, there's the other two. There's my mama Luna. There's my lady. The first one, and there's Dos.
You have the complete family now.
I got the complete family, which means I'm probably gonna have to take a break here.
Yeah,
I'm gonna step off for about 2 minutes to in a second here to give them food.
That's okay, brother. No worries about it.
But so it's the fact that Sabaton are the rights holders for their music, not the label, they reap that money. So that I think is more important than ever, is now that all these bands are like we talked about Metallica, they've gotten the rights back to everything. So unless you're a massive band like the ones that are selling off their catalogs, like Nickelback or Offspring or those guys that are selling their catalogs for hundreds of millions of dollars, well, to people to sell those rights to music and whatnot, then
it's like the pyramid effect is
if you're not one of them, then hold on to the rights to your music.
Yeah.
And because that way you can benefit from all of that. And I still think that labels just haven't caught up. And the other thing is, with recording being the way it is these days, where you can sit down and record everything in your own space, your home. Most people these days don't even go to studios anymore unless they seriously want access to different gear and different rooms. Half the bloody time, people aren't even recording live drums anymore. They're certainly not recording live bass. They're doing it DI, and a lot of bands are even recording guitars DI, and they're using either they're using impulses or they're using like Kemper profiles or Axe effects or Helix profiles, and they're not using live amps and live cabinets.
Yeah.
I still got to do a review for them. They asked me last year, a band called the Jotun. They're from Ohio, and their EP is utterly stellar. And I'm not a huge deathcore guy.
Yeah, neither do I. But
I'm not a huge deathcore guy, but this EP from the Jotun is freaking amazing. It's really, really, really well done. But I noticed it was in drop G when I was listening to it, and I'm like, but it doesn't sound like drop G. Like there's some of the oomph from the bottom end of that taken out.
Yeah.
And what I found out when I was talking to him over Instagram is their guitar player actually used a 6-string guitar tuned down to, I think it was either drop B or drop C, and then just went in through his Axe effects and dropped the tuning to 7-string drop G. So they used amp sims and even artificially brought the tuning down without actually tuning down. My beast behind me right now, it's in drop G, but you know, my lowest string, my low B on there is a 70, and some people use even thicker.
Yeah.
My LTD, my 6-string is in drop B, but I'm only using a 56 on it. So if I were to bring that down via a program or something like the Axe effects, it wouldn't have that same oomph and bottom end that thicker string would have. It'd be a different higher register of attack and sound. So that was interesting, but it just shows you how many people are using that. I mean, a lot of so many records, especially deathcore records, not to beat on deathcore bands or anything, but so many records are using sample replacement for drums.
Yeah,
where they're sample replacing all the kick hits.
I can understand in the point of survival, it's cheaper than go to the studio, isn't it? But the quality is never the same. That's the thing. But for the kind of production that, and like you said, I'm not beating on deathcore bands, for the kind of production that they have, besides Lorna Shore, because I know the guys like to record everything from top to bottom, every instrument.
They still use sample replacement though. They use a lot of pitch correction.
Even so, they still have what you used to call the triggered battery, which is completely electronic and takes out the humanity of it. And
they use triggers, and just like Moda from Guerra, he uses triggers. He admits it. We talked about that in person when I had a chance to hang out with them in February in Dallas.
The curious thing is, the first thing I heard a drum sound, a trigger drum, it was from Pantera, and the guy didn't ever use trigger drums. No. Never, ever. It's like he's the fucking machine in person, or was.
You know how they got that sound, right?
I think it was from the those things that beat on the.
They taped a coin to the impact site on the kick drum, and they taped another coin to the impact point on the beater on the kick drum. So when they smash together, you're getting that click from the two coins together. I think it was Vinny and Terry Date that came up with that in the studio, and that's where that kick sound that has been used by thousands of bands has come from, is that clicky kick sound, because it really is. It's two coins clicking together, but it's great because you get a single impact. I mean, I like it and don't like it at the same time, and it's where the triggered sound. I like it because
I like it.
You can really hear that kick sound. You can really hear the impact of the kick as opposed to the boom.
Yeah.
So it gives you that focal point where you're not just hearing that resonant thud or that resonant boom of a kick sound. Whereas I think one of the best, like naturally resonant kick sounds I've heard was on Anthrax's 2003 record, "We Come For You All." If you listen to "What Will Not Die," it's just that real throaty, completely organic kick sound. But it is rumbly and boomy, and they really did have to record that tighter with different mics to get that sound without having it just be boom and not just and actually have some attack to it. So I do like that kick sound, but man, everybody's sample. I won't say everybody. I don't like using absolutes, but but the majority of people sample that style of kick sound.
It became a common
does
thing
work.
through the years.
Oh, absolutely. People that hate on Pantera can hate on them and harp on them, but a bunch of the stuff they did when they recorded Cowboys and Vulgar really became prominent. Like the using a distortion pedal.
I totally agree with
you.
To
sing like Phil, like Dime grabbing a distortion pedal and having Phil sing through it, basically pulling the microphone and singing through it to get that distorted vocal sound. I think it was an MXR pedal, but I don't remember. If there's an interview out there somewhere they talked about it, but there's a lot of groundbreaking things that came from those early Pantera records, those records that Terry Date had his hands all over, that we still hear today. One of the guys I follow on YouTube that I've been a fan of for a few years now, Warren Hewert for Produce Like a Pro. He does some amazing. I know who you're talking about. Yeah, he does. You go and you listen to the album breakdowns where he gets the producers from some of these records, and they go into the stem and those tracks. I will be right back. I'm gonna mute my mic here. I'm gonna run out and go.
That's okay, brother.
I'm gonna get some food. I'll be right back.
No worries about it. Pessoal, olha, aqui o Bret vai ter que ir levar os cães lá fora só um bocadinho. Eu vou estar aqui, fiquei sozinho, estou fedido, pronto. Mas quem está a assistir, neste momento só estão 3 pessoas a assistir. Epá, e muito obrigado. Não sei quem são, mas se quiserem se pronunciar aí por comentário, epá, façam favor. Todo o pessoal que tem passado por aqui tem deixado comentários e tentado assistir a isto. Muito, muito obrigado. Pá, se quiserem deixar aí perguntas agora, se calhar é a melhor oportunidade para terminar a conversa com o Bret. Não sei quanto tempo mais isto vai durar, se vai durar mais meia hora ou coisa de 1 hora. Eu vou tentar que não ultrapasse a hora, não ultrapasse as 3 horas. No entanto, isto porque eu deixo a conversa seguir consoante, e o Bret é um falador nato como eu, e é a primeira vez que nós estamos a falar assim, por isso vamos estar aqui a aproveitar e vamos estar a fazer a noitadazinha. Não deve durar mais que 3 horas, se tanto, no pior dos casos. Pior dos casos, para quem estiver cheio de sono, para nós não, nós estamos na boa. Mas, no entanto, não se esqueçam que eu depois, como tenho estado a fazer com os outros episódios do podcast, vou fazer uma edição desta conversa e resumir o assunto só às partes mais importantes ou às partes que eu acho que vão ser mais do interesse da maioria do pessoal. E pronto, e agora estou a falar em português porque ele foi ali com os cães lá fora, e não levem a mal eu estar a falar em inglês a maioria aqui deste episódio do podcast. E brevemente, para quem não sabe ainda, existem planos para falar com mais pessoal na língua inglesa, ok? O Bret está de volta, vamos voltar então aqui à conversa.
You've heard of the dinner bell? That's the dinner bark.
We want food.
That's Dad. I am hungry. It is right about 17:20 something.
That's so cool. You can recognize what they're saying by the barks. That's brilliant. Let me just check the comments before we go along.
Absolutely.
On the conversation. And I'm fine with time. No worries. It's up to you.
Dude, we'll talk. You and I we will wind up talking offline, just to talk offline at some point. I consider you a good friend and you're a good person.
We have to do this more often. Yeah, we have totally to do this more often.
We should honestly do something where if a record comes out that we're really into, let's just sit down and do a podcast on a record together. Just talk about it. Get into the details.
I'm totally up to it.
You and me both, brother.
There was a friend of mine I don't think you know this one, Pedro.
I don't believe I
Is it?
do.
No, I don't think you do. But he likes heavy stuff, not as heavy as we go with some stuff, but he's really cool guy, really good friend of mine, and he just came to say hi. Probably is gonna check later. I don't know if he's working or not. Sometimes he's working on a factory and he's listening to with his headphones the podcast. Edgar was
Yeah,
saying, "Yeah, at least
Wacko.
when we are killing ourselves, Waco went to America. I truly believe that Portuguese metal music will keep it up."
Oh
And
goodness, I'm trying to remember. Nuno said
yeah,
that. I'm trying to remember what the guy that recorded that. What's his name? Oh, he's one of my favorite producers. That does the Lamb of God stuff.
oh gosh,
They recorded that Wacko record.
I
What is
can't
his
remember.
name?
Yeah, but yeah.
He also did the first two Sons of Texas records. That was so sad. Sons of Texas broke up, by the way.
Brother, I'm really bad with names. Right, right now,
Yeah,
I can even forget my own name.
It's the best. It's the best advertising wearing a band shirt. Absolutely, without a doubt, man.
Miguel was saying a few minutes ago while we were talking about the thing of music. Music is freedom.
Yes,
it's you who should choose what to listen and when to listen.
Exactly.
That's why I still love listening to. Yeah, and he's like us. He sometimes shares old records that he listened to when he was a kid. We're talking about, I don't know, for example, the single of Nikita from Elton John, who had this video in Russia, in Moscow, and yeah, it's still part of my childhood, so I totally get him. He's just like us. João was saying that unfortunately he had to go.
It's all right, brother.
Guys,
it'll be on YouTube.
Yeah,
You've
thank
got
you so
the
much.
rest of it.
Yeah, to both of you for this. Take care. Nuno said the same as well. These guys, you know, that's the bad thing about Portuguese. They're a bunch of pussies after 11 o'clock, man.
Well, I mean, it's late. It's late for you guys, man. It's 5:20. It's almost 17:30 here. So,
but you know what? It's most of the people are not going to work tomorrow. It's like the commemoration of the end of the dictatorship in 1974. So,
right.
So most people should be able to watch this, but I believe if it was me and I worked the whole day, probably
that's right. I remember.
So, yeah, I totally get it.
I remember the first year that I heard about that. We celebrated that. I remember I'm kind of trying to think of the name of the band. I wound up doing it on a Portuguese Distortion episode, and it was God, what was it? It was talking about the jungle wars the Portuguese got into in the 70s.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember the name of the band. Utterly, and I'm sorry it's the band that I don't remember it because I love the track. It's utterly fantastic. But
no worries.
But I remember hearing about that.
Yeah, if you remember, just shout it out.
And talking more and more and finding out more about your Portuguese history, which is completely intriguing.
Yeah.
I met Nevermore on the first album in Meshuggah.
Yeah.
All on the radio recorded song. Yeah. See? We're not the only ones. Kids today will never understand.
Yeah.
Taking a cassette recorder and recording it with the microphone from a broadcast.
That's one thing that I totally agree on, the changes between the streaming kind of vibe nowadays for the new generations, and our generation was more used to go buy the record and then get home, and the first thing you do is listen to that crap 20 times in a row. Just check the cover, I don't know how many times, and all the details, even if it's the simplest cover. But we used to do that, and it was like a ritual, if you can call it. It was a ritual. Even the vinyl thing, it's still called like a ritual, because you have two sides. You just don't sit down, put your headphones and listen to that like in a row. No, you have half the way, you have to get up and just go and clean the record, put it on the other side. So it's like a total different experience. You really have to give some love to music.
That goes back to what we were just talking about, though, doesn't it? About not taking that for granted. We had that experience of going through that. So you don't, like, when we look at what we have today, it's like we have so much more access. Like, you go, remember back, you get to be the old guy who walked up and down the street both sides of the snow every day to school, that whole crusty old man of, well, back in my day, we had to hit the record button on the tape, on the cassette. But it makes me appreciate what the access that I have now so much more. Because the fact that I found all of these bands through a YouTube channel of all things, that before I had to ride my bike up to a 7-Eleven every month to get a copy of Metal Maniacs and Metal Edge magazine and go to the back of the classified sections to find all of these tape traders from different parts of the world to get to request to pay, to send $5 and an envelope to be able to get a cassette back from.
Yep. I used to do that with hardcore labels in the U.S.
The tiny little U.S. labels, the tiny little European labels. God, you remember? I mean, it's funny to remember a time when you think back that Season of Mist and Earache used to be and Nuclear Blasting used to be these tiny little basement labels.
Yeah,
that you had to send self-addressed stamped envelopes to be able to get stuff from.
Totally.
But we don't take that for granted because we were there.
Exactly. Yeah. It was good times, if people want to call me, you're such an old guy and outdated, I don't give a fuck, because what I lived, the experience I lived through music, it can't be lived nowadays the same way that we did.
What
and
I do
was because that's lots of factors attached to it, and the evolution of the all this technological thing, it's just one of them. But I'm really proud of it.
What I do is, and I know you do too, is
I even think that newer generations, when listen to us sometimes, they kind of might get a little bit envy because they don't know what that is, and it's going to be hard for them to follow that.
I'm jealous of Felipe Perez because he works at the biggest record store in Portugal.
Yeah.
And what I miss, and I'm sure you do too, is being able to walk into a record store and just walk to the hard rock or the metal section and just go, what came out?
Yeah.
What's new?
Yeah. And you have a discount.
Or just look at an album cover and you go, that looks kind of cool and evil. Why don't I pick? I did that with Pestilence when I picked up Pestilence.
You didn't know the band.
Didn't know the band. Hey, you know what? Death metal. It's a record with the ants on the cover. I'm trying to remember the name of it. But
you did. It's the most
utterly fantastic record, seminal record, and it's just like, hey, that looks cool. Picked that up. I got home and put it in the CD player. This is probably 95, 96, and when I finally got to a point where I had both the personal freedom, the disposable income, and a bike where I could just ride about a mile and a half, 2 miles up the street, so about 3 kilometers, really 3 or 4 kilometers to the record store as a teenager, to be able to go in at will. So I think it's 95, and then and pick up these records and whatever I wanted to. It's like every payday for my summer jobs, man, or for when I mowed lawns, it was like that cash was going to the record store to be able to go up and just pick stuff up. And I remember because there was effort involved in getting there. Like you had to walk or you had to find some way to get there. And then you had to with the intent of buying something and not just going on and go, you know what? I'm going to go to iTunes or to Amazon or someplace or Bandcamp. Like you had to really, it took time and effort to be able to go into to be able to have the time to go to a shop to look through it with the intent of buying something to listen to. So there certainly is that, and just having the ability to figure something out that you didn't even know you wanted.
Yeah, and have the limited budget where you cannot pay more for 1 or 2 records, and then the choice becomes like reduced to, I wanted everything, but I just can't take one thing home with me.
I can get 2 records this week.
And so and sometimes it's just like, well, I'm gonna take a fucking shot between this one and this one. And you get that surprise,
I
like a
remember.
single or two, or the band already. But I did that so many times. I remember when I bought what is the other band from Phil Anselmo, Super Joint Ritual, the
Super Joint
first record.
Ritual, SJR.
The first record, I just knew that it was a new band with him on the vocals, and Pantera had finished already. And I went to the shop and I just bought that because of the name and because he was included. And I got home, and I could have got home, listened to that, and say, goddamn, it's crap. And now I only have next month budget to buy another record because that's as much as I can afford right now. But
I remember.
you know what? The thing that we were saying, that we never take things for granted in relation to music, that used to happen in those cases. Sometimes I didn't like the record at the first listening, but after I listen a couple more times, you start noticing on details you weren't expecting, and then the band just grabs you from there. For example, there was a band on mid 2000s. I think they were. Oh, I can't remember. They were from a Nordic country. They were called Psychor, and
Yeah.
they had this big hit on MTV, which was the Zoo, which has the most stupid lyrics ever. But you know what? I bought the record. I got home. I listened to that, and I was like, "Oh fuck! I could have bought another thing," but because I didn't have budget to buy another record I don't know, in a couple of weeks or 3 weeks or a month, I kind of listened to that because I didn't have much more to listen besides what I had. And the band got me from there. I start noticing on things that wasn't the main reason why I bought the record. And that is an art that is kind of vast, of you as a consumer of music, just go find out, and it's like Kansas is not here anymore. He just went on the Wizard of Oz, man. In a
There's some
total
of those
different
big
world.
records, especially in high school for me, that I remember the day I bought those records. Like, I walked into that location, physically picked those records up, and like that was huge. Like I remember in summer of '95 when I was able to pick up the what's that?
So many
Astro Creep 2000 by White Zombie, when that record came out. I just recently had my summer job, so I got my first paycheck, and that record was dropping. And I went into the record store, and I picked up that
Astro Creep,
the
Astro Creep 2000 or the other one before.
Oh, I had the one, I had the Sex Exorcist day before, but
that's my favorite. Yeah.
But I remember picking up Astro Creep, and of course that's utterly fantastic record.
But I'm going to tell you, more human than human. It's
picking up that record and in the store, or I always loved buying the heavier stuff, especially when it was in conjunction with more popular stuff like the alt rock and the grunge that was going on at the time, because like
you already knew what
you drop it off at the Clerk, and there was this chick that was a little bit older than me. I think she was like 17. Definitely easy on the eyes, but she was very into all like the MTV stuff, the pop stuff, the popular stuff. So like when I bring up like an alt rock record that was popular, and then at the same time, like there'd be a death metal record. Yeah. like that would always be fun, because you get, you got a little bit, you got some of those looks. Like, what? I had one. I guess it was 99 or 2000. I had a special order a copy of Armored Saint Symbol of Salvation record.
Yeah. And
there was this little store in Springfield Mall in Springfield, Virginia, which is right on the kind of the outskirts of that part of Northern Virginia. And the manager was really snobbish, and I went and picked it up, and she was giving me attitude. She's like, "Oh, this must be this extreme metal record." Well, what they did, and she just wanted. She was all into hip hop and whatnot, and looked down on anybody that listened to heavier stuff. But what happened was she just grabbed a bag and just threw it in the bag, which she didn't realize, and I was incredibly happy about. Is I'm trying to remember the name of it. It was the latest Biohazard record that was popping out at the time.
Mataliao?
No, this was New World Disorder.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yep.
And it was a promo copy of the CD just sitting in a case. It was an actual promo copy, and she just threw it in this bag that had it in there. And I walked out, and I was like, when I got back to, I was staying with my buddy whose wedding I'm going to in May next week. I got back and I'm like, oh man, I'm glad she doesn't like metal, because I just scored a promo copy of New World Disorder. And there's so many stellar tracks on that record, mind you, in my personal opinion. I mean, the first couple of tracks on the record, Resist, Switchback, Salvation, and Into My Rope, all heavy hitting tracks on that record.
I can see the CD from here.
Yeah. You're like, yeah.
Just right before, man, Biohazard for me, it's like a religion, to be honest with you.
Into My Rope is one of those tracks where when I'm into those tougher moods and I'm hurting, I find it cathartic to listen to that, because that track is it's so visceral.
Yeah, it is.
And that's why I love stuff like Evergrey. Like I thrive in those moments. Like I find solace in those really darker, powerful, like just incredibly passionate lyrics. I remember when Hymns for the Broken came out, their first record back with Jonas and with Henrik in 2014, 15. When I heard that, or 2015, 2016, and I heard that, and it was the first Evergrey record I'd ever heard where I was actually hopeful. And thinking of that, like the tracks like Wake a Change, like I'm like, oh my God, I've never heard hope and like positive in an Evergrey record before, mixed in with all of the darkness. And when I did my album review for The Atlantic, and Tom actually commented on that stuff. That was another one of those artists that was like, and a big one. I don't know if you're familiar with Matter Mortem.
I know who they are, but I know what you're talking about. But
my God,
it never. I never checked that properly, to be honest.
Honestly, I think sadly, I believe it was their last record, Desiderata. Oh my God, that record. And I know Sandra is a huge fan of her voice, the lead singer, but they caught my video that I did for that full record, and they were, so many nice things were said there, but that record hits me like a freaking I'm sorry, Desiderata is not it. It is Marrow. Marrow is 2019. Okay. Marrow. That record, one of my favorite tracks is Until You Return. It's a bit longer one. It's 6 minutes, but it starts one way and it goes in different directions, and her voice is so like soul touching and powerful in the delivery with the way it works, because she in the 70s inspired moments, she has almost this Janis Joplin-esque.
Oh, cool! You sold me, man.
She hits with her voice.
You just sold me the band. I have to listen to it.
Oh my God!
Last one.
Desiderata was the first record I heard from them. Actually, that one I picked up off of iTunes when I was in Iraq, and that one, like, it's just they get heavy, but there's also this like dark, like 70s prog like elements that pop into their stuff. They use a bunch of beat organ.
I like that.
These darker moments. Oh, I love it. Like I think one of the things I loved about the 70s progressive stuff and some of those bands is, and I find highly underused these days, is using like the deep organ work and some of that stuff.
Totally agree with you, man.
And that's why I like some of the industrial kind of stuff. Like I remember the first time I heard Street Cleaner by Godflesh. That's another 92. That's another 92 record that just had.
Yeah.
Oh, blew my ears open. And actually, we were talking about 92. We missed Animosity by Corrosion of Conformity.
Yeah, another great one.
Oh.
And you know what? You've got the 9 Inch Nails EP.
Yeah.
Broken. Oh gosh. It's just 5 songs, but I fucking love that, man.
And Blind by Korn came out that year too, didn't it? 92.
I think Korn was 94, if I'm not wrong. I think it was more 94. I think so. Yeah, I think it was more 94. Kind of.
No, you're right. Yeah, 93. If I'm wrong, but
is
I'm wrong, you're right. 93.
Okay.
When they formed, 94 is the first record. But yeah, there was a bunch of records that came out, man. I liked Corrosion of Conformity's crossover stuff, but when they started, when
I'm going to be honest with you, we could have a whole conversation just talking about the 90s, which is my favorite decade ever. I think you have a little bit of everything that's still being done, everything that was done before. You've got it on 90s, man.
So many things were hitting. Like, metal was going back underground. The technique-oriented 90s or 80s were giving way. You had the grunge movement going on. You had the real evolution. Like it started in the 80s, but the real evolution of extreme metal happened in the 90s. When death metal started splintering into different places, when black metal started going in all these different directions.
Yeah, totally. With Mayhem and Burzum and all those kind of bands.
Right. Yeah, Emperor, Mayhem, Burzum.
You've got the other ones who are still playing.
Immortal.
So many bands.
God, trying to think of the name of the band with Ceremony of Opposites.
Yeah, I'm missing the name. I'm missing the name as well.
Yeah, but Samael.
Yeah, exactly.
Ceremony of Opposites. You had all sorts of fantastic doom metal bands coming out, like Cathedral, and then you had the.
For me, the best part of Death's career is during the 90s.
Oh God!
To be honest with you, they go a little bit more into progressive, but and you have. We were talking about 92. If I'm not wrong, you have the masterpiece from Carcass.
Okay. Heartwork was 94.
94? But it's 90s. It's one of my favorite albums ever.
Oh, God. Heartwork was like to me, until they came back, because Reinventing the Steel, Surgical Steel is utterly incredible. Yep. That first Carcass record when they came back. But to me, Heartwork, and even though I know some people knock it, Swan Song was really the pinnacle of where Carcass was hitting. They stopped being a grindcore band and started being this those two records were so influential as far as shaping the new wave of Swedish death metal scene, the Gothenburg stuff that came out of Sweden right after that.
I wasn't listening to anything as heavy as that back then. And I remember when I saw the video on MTV, on Headbangers Ball, it was like I was sold completely. That was like an exception for me. And I never understood why back then. But it had everything, It's like I usually compare the last album from Analepsy kind of reminds me.
Oh my God!
When I listen to it, the difference between what they were doing and that in this new album, that's how I felt in relation to Carcass when Heartwork came out. It was just a huge step of evolution that no one was expecting, and it's still so influential.
The new Analepsy record, the current Analepsy record that came out last year, is
Christmas. It's amazing.
It's probably it's probably the best thing I've heard them do, to be quite honest with you. I truly believe that. And I'm so happy that as of last Friday, I bought tickets to go catch them in Austin. So I get to see them in July, a week after my birthday. A week after my birthday. My birthday is on July 9th, which is a Sunday, and they come through Austin the following Saturday. So
that's going to be an amazing experience, man.
That's a little bit of a drive for me. It's about let's see here, quick calculation.
My last birthday, it happened a similar thing, but I went to watch Converge, which is
Converge. I've seen live a few times. They're amazing.
I just fucking love them, man. And it was a huge gig. And I watched Full of Hell opening that I didn't know. I don't know if you know Full of Hell.
Yes.
And it was amazing. And before Full of Hell, it was this band of Igor Cavalera, which is a duo.
Yeah.
Which is a more electronic, noisy thing. But I really fucking loved it, man. I really fucking loved it. It was the best present I had ever, man. To be honest
I'm gonna pop the water. I think I might be out of water. I will be right back.
That's cool, man. No worries about it. E aqui estou eu a falar para o boneco outra vez, não é? Pronto. Olha, obrigado, Troie. Obrigado. Obrigado, Bret. Pessoal, quem tiver caçado e for aparecendo e desaparecendo, a gente não está preocupados com isso. Pá, isto que vocês estão a ver é uma conversa como se a gente estivesse tipo num pub ou num café a falar os dois e o pessoal vai aparecendo e vai desaparecendo, ok? Por isso, como já vos disse, vou repetir mais uma vez só para queimar tempo, depois vai haver uma situação mais encurtada. Oh, so sorry, Stuart. Stuart, I'm speaking in Portuguese to the people that are here. I forgot you were watching. I'll speak in English then. I'm just saying that this conversation is like watching two guys just talking about music on a pub or whatever, a bar. And I don't know how long it's going to take. I'm going to do an edited version during this week where it's going to be short at like 1 hour or 1 hour and a half with the best moments. So don't take it. I just hope no one takes too personally. I was saying to Stuart, you must know him, Stuart Hansen.
Yes, I do. I know him as he's.
There you go.
He was the reason I did Marrow by.
Was it?
He's the reason I did Marrow, and he's the reason why I've covered so many records with Gaki Band. Oh, God. Stuart is really, really big into a lot of the female fronted stuff.
Oh, cool.
So
like stuff like Blame Zeus for him.
Well, I know. I'm pretty sure he bought a copy of the Blame Zeus record, and
you're talking about what was it? Oh gosh, I forgot. Needle. And we have a band that mixes like kind of heavy stuff with prog rock, which is called Rei Bruxo, which translated means King Witch. And it's I can't describe it to you. I have to send it like a link with the band, and I think you're gonna love it. From what you described one band a few minutes ago, I think you're gonna love these guys. You have to check them out. And the lead singer, it's a female lead singer. She's amazing as well. You really have to check them out. But keep going.
Stuart got me to listen to the utterly fantastic Diane Van Gerson and her band Ex Libris. They released a trilogy of records called Anne, written about powerful female figures, tragic figures named Anne. It's a 3-part EP series, and it is such an incredible journey of a record. I mean, my goodness, man! Like those EPs are so powerful, and just I'm trying to remember. It's Queen Anne. It's Anne Frank, and the second one's Anne Frank, and then I might have the order mixed up. Stuart will correct me, but and then it's Anne from the last monarchy of Russia before the communists took over.
Okay.
And just a whirlwind. It's 9 tracks, all said and done. I want to say it's EPs of 3, but
I have to check it again, man.
she is like, she's up there. When you talk about world class, like opera level female voices that transitioned into metal, and she sang with Floor Jensen and done some stuff with her and done some stuff with some of these others. Utterly amazing, but he's turned me on to so many amazing bands. He's also into Japanese.
There you go.
And Bolin, Anastasia, and Ed Frank. There we go. I didn't correct me. Thanks, brother.
Yeah. Yeah.
But got some feedback from them. Man, they're musicians on that record in Ex Libris are just super talented.
Yep.
Top notch. And again, it's not just the talent, but it's how you utilize the voice as an instrument that really has an impact. And there's points where I just get chills.
That totally gets you. When I was a teenager, I had never much that female voices never had that much impact to me besides the Janis Joplin and the female voices from the 70s and 60s. The ones from the 90s, I'm going to be honest with you, what I used to listen were the crappy ones, which were Hole or the Breeders, who had this, I still love, every time I listen to Cannonball, it kind of, I don't know, it does something to me. But it wasn't amazing voices. It was just female voices doing like underground music. So I just started really catching up a few years from now, and especially with the Portuguese bands. And Blame Zeus is one. Sandra, she has a certain fold on it for me just to go again researching on female voices. I know there was a band. I'm not going to remember it. Yeah, gosh, it was more a gothic thing, and they changed the vocals like 2 or 3 times.
Oh,
and I know the vocalist is Aneke.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name.
The Gathering.
The Gathering, exactly.
Yes.
The Gathering was the one who really sold me out. The whole bands that were doing the same kind of music with female voices didn't get me, and I recognize the female singers are pretty on the top, but the Gathering was kind of the in-between of having this amazing voice in terms of the capacity where she can arrange everything in it,
Right.
but she has also the simplicity
Yeah.
of the emotional thing. And that balance was what really convinced me to start hearing more of this kind of bands with real good vocalists, because it was never my thing. I come from hardcore, man. Hardcore singers. We were talking about Biohazard. This is just a bunch of guys just shouting from their lungs, man.
It's funny because it took me because I'm similar, where I really got into the more aggressive stuff. It took me so long to be able to appreciate the traditional metal, the big multi-octaves, soaring vocals, the Jeff Tates of the world, the Jeff Scott Sotos, and all the guys from like Michael Kiske from Halloween, all these big vocal guys. Rob Halford, even Bruce Dickinson. It took me a while to grab onto that because I love the thrash stuff. I love the death metal stuff. I love the black metal stuff. But then as the 90s grew on, I started getting into bigger voiced alt rock singers that were landing, guys like Eddie Vedder, guys like Chris Cornell, and then bands like Fuel and Creed came out. You had Ed from Live, and it was like I really started getting into more of the bigger voice vocalists singers. And the multi-octave stuff started coming in, and then I heard the first Lacuna Coil record. I heard that first EP back in '98.
That's another really cool one.
Then I started finding Theater of Tragedy, Liv Christine and her stuff, and
Yeah.
then I got into Nightwish and Tristania and all that stuff started rotating. So it was like, and because I liked singers like Tina Turner, and really loved the big voice of I loved Annie Lennox, like utterly adored Annie Lennox. Now I don't know if you've heard it, but Mary, she had from Portugal. She has a new record coming out by herself. I'm gonna take the time here to do a shameless plug.
You're just shaming me, man. I don't know half the Portuguese bands you're talking about.
Well, the reason, like,
what the fuck, guys? I'm here, man.
She reached out to me. She reached out to me about it, and she was like, because I was.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I covered her stuff.
She was the lead singer from Lilith's Revenge. She just got out. Is the one you're talking about? No, you're not talking about Paula. You're talking about Mary. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a different singer. Because Paula also has a great voice. And she's right now. I think she's going solo. I don't know why, personal reasons. And she was the lead singer of Lilith's Revenge.
Yes.
And had this really great album that was last year, I think, that came out. But unfortunately, she's off. And the best way for
Mary sang for Solar.
To get into her voice is just to watch her live. Even if you go to YouTube and watch a video, that's when she totally gets you, man.
Mary sang for Solar, and those guys have all kind of done different things. They're not active right now. So she's putting out her own stuff. She sent me I guess it's probably January, maybe, contacted me and was like, you want to check out the track Wake Up Call? And the reason I thought of her is because that song has like strong Annie Lennox vibes. And of course, I always loved Annie Lennox's voice and the soundscapes that she's able to create vocally. So that is certainly one to check out. They've got the video for Wake Up Call is up on YouTube under Marianne. Definitely check that out.
Gotta check it out.
But that's another one of those. I'm so thankful and grateful to have people that respect me, because I love it when, like, now I will say, if you want to DM me, don't just drop a video and not give me any context. Like, say something about it and tell me why.
Yeah.
But I love it when I get, hey, check this out, or I'm working on this. I was fortunately able to hear it with some of the latest before it came out, some of the latest Enchantia stuff.
Yep.
Of course, I am, and it's just I'm spoiled. And I'm incredibly grateful and incredibly happy to be spoiled, because to me, there's very few gifts that are as good as having somebody share new music with me and being able to experience something like that.
Do you agree that's the best part of this thing that we do on sharing music or reviewing music whatever? It's to have the band members or the artists, if they're solo artists, to come and approach you and have these private conversations with you, even if it's through message. That for me, it's really what still makes me keeps me doing this.
Exactly. That's why I'm coming back to it.
Friends that you just make while you go along.
It's why I'm going back. It's
almost
the
becomes
bands,
like an excuse.
It's people like Stuart. It's people like both Roberts. It's all it's Tessie, and I'm going to miss names of people over the years, but it's people that I've been talking to for years, both bands and subscribers through the channel, that have become really close friends. Some of them which I've had a chance to meet up with and hang out with in person. Or in the case of Guerra, being able to hang out with them in Dallas in February after they played with Uda, Carrick Angren, and Rodenkreist.
Tell me something. You're living in Texas right now.
Yes.
Are you?
Yes, I am.
Have you heard? I don't know if you're that much into black metal concerts around. Have you heard about a Portuguese band called Sardonic Witchery?
I have heard of them. I don't know if I've heard a lot of them.
That's like I don't know how to put this.
I feel like I should know a couple of the members from that because I think a couple of them live in Texas.
It's a band live. It's a band, but it's only one guy from.
I covered them. I covered them on a Portuguese Distortion episode. Like one of the Portuguese Distortion episodes, I covered them. He lives in Dallas, right?
It's like there was this review. I don't know who did it. Probably. I don't know if it was you, but there was this review to the latest record he put out, a Sardonic Witchery, that said Sardonic Witchery is Motorhead for black metal.
Yeah, and I agree. I agree. I really do.
He's going to have a tour.
I won't say he lives in Dallas.
Be next to you. But I would advise you to check it out because it's really, really cool, man. And I'm not.
No, I remember hearing that.
Big fan of black metal, to be honest with you.
When I did one of the extreme metal episodes of Portuguese Distortion, I want to say Sardonic Witchery was one of those bands that was on there. Yeah. And man, and I can't say enough about a thank you to Daniel for putting those together for me. One, they were fantastic. Two, of course, it was the first time I covered Equilev. It was the first time I covered Legacy of Cynthia, and became
Legacy of Cynthia. That's so good, yeah.
And just became really good friends with Oz, and who's just an utterly fantastic human being. I'm so looking forward to his newest project that he's slowly working on. And also, it's when I got into Grimlet, and I met the amazing, wonderful, and I'm so happy he's now the new guitar player for Revolution Within, Flavio Almeida, who people can say what they want. I'm going to put it out there. You want to get mad at me? Here I am. Flavio might get a little mad at me, but he was the guy that wrote the Downfall of Mankind record that is getting all the of the attention. And by the way, the people that wrote that record are no longer in the band. And if you want to get mad at me for saying that, that's fine. However,
I don't think so.
Flavio is an amazing guitar player. He's an amazing person. He's a good friend. And I'm going to put the credit out there where credit is due. So if you want to get mad at the bald man, don't worry. I'm bald enough. I can take it. But and of course, the drummer on that record was the amazing Diogo Mota from Guerra.
Yeah,
and that record is what it is, in my opinion, because Flavio wrote it, and because he heard things the way he heard and wrote that kind of symphonic deathcore. And I'm picky about deathcore, but man, the compositions that man puts down, and now
he's one of the best.
He's an emerging
right now.
He's in his early 30s, I believe now, and the fact that he's now surrounded by an utterly fantastic group of people in Revolution Within. He's got Raka and El Matador, and one of my. It's only some of. I got contacted. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this or not, but I guess some of my lyrics made it onto the track Chaos by Revolution Within. Raka contacted me and wanted me to look things over, and
really,
because he's like my
so the track, have the record over here.
So the track Chaos,
the CD.
the track Chaos has a couple of small lyrics were written. So I'm not saying the lyrics were written, but there's
offline. You got to tell me a little bit more about it because I'm a big fan of that record.
A couple of my lyrics. Those guys wrote the record. I just hey, take a look at these lyrics here. What do you think? Help me tune things a little bit because my English isn't as good. And Rock
That's
is
really cool.
Rock is such an amazing guy. He's an amazing singer. He's got this big, strong, ham-fisted bellow the way he delivers lyrics.
Totally.
And those guys are amazing people. I was trying to dig out. I'm not sure where my Revolution Within shirt is, but I need another one anyway. But but I was so happy to find out that Flavio was joining those guys, and as he put it, was basically breaking, trying to be able to learn those tracks because they're just so insanely down picking heavy.
That was one of my favorite records from
the Chaos
when it
record.
came out.
The Chaos record is incredible. It's got so much movement to it. There's fast parts. There's fantastic grooves. If you're a fan of that stuff, you're going to latch on to something.
It's pure vulgar display of power, if you can say it, man. It's just
nastiness. And
it's so good, man.
They tune down a little bit. They're in D standard as opposed to E, so it's got a little bit more punch as far as the heaviness goes. And it shows what they're capable of. I'm still waiting on pins and needles, waiting for the latest Infractor record to come out. I know they've been working on that for a while.
Infractor.
Oh my God. They're insane.
I have to get that. I still don't have the album with me, man. And I speak with them all the time. They're amazing.
They're incredible. And I just saw that on one of the Blame Zeus shows that they're doing coming up, Wrathsins is going to be on there. They've been kicking around with the new record over the past couple of years. I don't think they've recorded it yet. But that Wrathsins record that came out on Rustillo at the tail end of 2017, that's a damn good record.
We have lots of good records.
That's really good stuff. And it's when I started pouring into that and listening to some of this stuff after I finally started finding out about it. It's like I want to do content on this because people need to hear that. That's why when people from Portugal comment and they're like, "Well, I haven't heard of that, or I haven't heard of that band, but I'm from here." And I'm like,
man, our president should give you a medal, man.
No,
for
I was
all in the world, man.
I was terribly sad to find out that Metal Point closed, though.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So that's sad.
But was more because, from what I know, was more because Hugo was a little bit tired of doing that kind of life, and
that's what I heard.
He had a kid during the pandemics, so probably he just wants to change his lifestyle. But from what I spoke in one of my podcasts, and it's a guy who has a band called Heavy Ocean, and if you don't know it, you know it. That's really good. It's prog rock, prog metal, whatever. But it's really there's no voices. It's just a trio. But it's really, really good. It really got me. And I was speaking with a bass player, and he was telling me that the space is there. So if anyone wants to pick it up, I speak with. He's getting jealous of attention, man.
No.
So I was saying the space is there. If someone wants to pick the space up and probably speak with Hugo, Metal Point can come back, So and have the same name. So it's a matter of someone want to pick that up, because I think was tired of that kind of style of life and just
there's some people in Portugal that do some serious work, and I'm like people that I've encountered. I love the guys that do the Millargay Metal Area guys. What they do, putting on all those free shows that are funded, like their festival. That's that when I finally make it to Portugal, I was hoping to do it this year. I don't think I'm going to because I've got Baby Metal tickets on the 31st of August, and they are a bucket list band for me. One of the bands that I haven't seen yet that I really want to catch, but not that aren't Portuguese. But because there's so many bands I want to catch over there. But I hope maybe next year. I'd love to be now that I'll start to do stuff again and get my name back out there. I want to come over and I want to be able to hit a couple of shows. I want to be able to do Millargay Metal Area.
I'll tell you what, we're going to do something.
Here we go. What do we got?
We're going to do something. Because we're going to do a mini tour from Portugal, from Algarve to the top of the country. We're going to meet lots of those bands we've been talking about. We're going to see some live shows, meet with them, and
And that's exactly what I want to do.
it has to be like a week, to be honest
Exactly,
with you.
absolutely.
It has to be like a week.
What I would want to do is basically do that and finish with the Malargay Metal Area Festival right at the top.
Look,
be able to get those 3 days because I've been talking to the promoters of that festival for so long.
Yeah.
And the other guys that I have to mention because I love what they're doing is the guys that have started organizing and putting together the yearly festival, the Osti Underground Fest.
Yeah.
The fact that they do that and they donate those proceeds to the fire departments and the men and women that do that, because I know Portugal gets those crazy wildfires every year. When I found out about that, the fact that whole festival is to get bands to donate their time, to be able to, and people to donate catering and that kind of stuff to put on, to take care of those first responders, that is a cause that deserves to be mentioned. And I'm so impressed that, because I mean, it takes so much effort and work to fundraise and to organize a festival like that. And then they're doing it for such an amazing cause.
Yeah.
You know, my shout out goes to those gentlemen and men and women that put that festival together, as well as that. And of course, you know, Andre has been doing the Loralis Nobilis Festival. And I'm jealous of the metal festivals in Portugal because you have so much stuff in a small area. You know, Texas is gigantic. Like Texas is massive. And that's one of the things since I've started doing this channel, having to explain to people outside of the country how big this state really is. I'm going to be driving, when I go up to Tennessee next week, it's roughly 870 something miles. So it's about
to go
so
to
it's about 1,400 kilometers, right?
Yeah.
To go to where I'm going from where I'm at. Now, that said, I can drive that same 1,400 kilometers and still be in Texas.
Yeah.
Like when Garrett came out here in February, they started out in Houston, and then they drove to San Antonio, and then they drove to Dallas. And then from Dallas, they drove all the way out to El Paso. Now, Dallas to El Paso is like 1,150 kilometers. It's like 1,150 kilometers. It is out there. Because I know maybe a little bit more. When I was talking to Moda before as things were building up, he's like, "What do I need?" I'm like, "Well, you're going to be in a lot of colder places." Because man, the run that tour did. Yeah. They went all the way up. They went all the way out the West Coast, and then up, and then down through like Utah and into Illinois, and then into Minnesota, and then up it through Michigan and into Canada, and then straight down the East Coast all the way to Florida. That is thousands upon thousands upon thousands.
Yeah. It's like,
quite a long. They covered the majority of the country, and they covered the majority of the country and parts of Canada. And it was the first time I know those guys had ever been in the States. And of course, they did it with a phenomenal lineup. The guys from Uda are awesome dudes, really nice guys. And if you haven't seen Carrick Angren live, you're missing out because
I have to check it out.
Those guys are so much fun. Like just as far as like their stage presence, the theatrics involved, they're incredible. But my hat goes off. I know, controversy aside, about say what you want about Gara, they brought it. They put on a fantastic show. They were fantastic. They had a great crowd of people that was hanging out at the merch table afterwards and picking up stuff. I brought a bunch of maple sugar candy and gave it to those guys and hung out with most of them. Talked to Moda for a good chunk of it. Brought my buddy out with me, and you know, I'm so happy that more Portuguese bands are coming over here because I wish I could make Moonspell, but unfortunately that's the week of the wedding.
It became easier for Portuguese bands to go to the US and come to UK right now.
They're starting to come over, which is weird because it shouldn't be. In theory,
I'm jealous of you, man.
In theory, it shouldn't be that hard. But because it's still
things change. things change. Things change. It's
Now,
much harder to come to UK
would you
right now.
say that because of the whole Brexit thing, it's
Yep,
harder for
exactly.
bands to come over to the
Exactly.
UK now?
Yeah, totally. Moonspell had 2 gigs in here. They canceled both. Gary had like 2 or 3 dates, and they canceled the 3 dates. So that was it. My chances to watch them live here, they were gone, man. And now you're talking about bands I wanted to watch. They were supposed to be here, and
You're
they're not. And it's easier for them to go to the US.
You're like, my heart's already bad. You're not supposed to break my heart by canceling these shows, right? Like, stop breaking my heart, cancel these shows in the UK.
You were saying something. You drive, and you used to drive like a lot. You drive, don't you?
I do. I didn't for a long time, but I
Okay.
drive a lot now.
So let's say this: we're on mid 2023. We have to plan. We're going to plan something with the people you know and the people I know, and most of them are common friends. We're going to plan this. We're going to plan our mini tour. We're going to rent a car or a van. During a week, we're going to have B&B festival in parts of the country, which is you and me, Bruno and Baldman. That's what we're going to do.
We'll call it the Brewman tour.
Yeah, Brewman tour would be brilliant. That's even better. We do that, and we go to 3-4 different places where we're going to help people just to come with the festival. And I know people who can organize pretty cool festivals.
And that's what I wanted to do. Like we have to hit Coimbra because there's bands I know and love in Coimbra, destroyers of all of those guys. We have to hit Porto. Got to do the Lisbon thing.
I
go up north.
we don't know how many bands we can get, but the most we can, we're gonna get it.
Hey,
we'll do that.
Sandra promised me a Francesina, and so did and so did Jedi Mig. So we're going to Porto. I'm getting the Francesina with those guys.
Miguel's going to be in.
Getting the beer
for sure, man. Miguel's going to be in for sure. And I know the right people, and probably you do. Probably you know better than me. People that organize concerts, and we can make this mini festival like 5 parts. Start from one point of the country, and it ends in the other point of the country, and gonna last for.
If we could make this a reality, in 2024, dude, I would honestly that would
we do that.
Like,
you know what? We even take a camera and we do a mini doc.
Yeah, to me that would be like one of the best experiences of my life. I fell in love with the country when I started learning about your culture and covering these bands. And it's been one of the most rewarding things I've done is to meet these people and to have these experiences. And to me, being able to actually get over there and see it and experience that history. I mean, I grew up in Virginia most of my life. And of course, Virginia was the first colony of the United States. So that history starts in the late 1500s with the lost colony of Roanoke and with the European colonization anyway. Of course, the Vikings go back further. But, I mean, this happens after one of the most groundbreaking changes in Portuguese history, which was the earthquake in Lisbon in the 1500s. So where we start, you still have hundreds and hundreds of years of history before my country truly starts that colonization. And that alone, being able to walk those streets and see some of those things on the way through, just hits the history nerd in me so hard. Man, that I want to be able to experience that, and I'd love to be able to experience that with people like you and other people. That because if you can't share the experience with somebody, it's not as fun.
All those places you're talking about, you're gonna meet all those places. You're gonna have all the little bits of history. You're gonna have all the best places in the corners. I'm just gonna tell you something. Be prepared to put on weight. That's the only thing, because our food, man,
I know.
is one of the best.
It's not for
And
a diet.
you're gonna put some stones. I'm not kidding.
Oh, believe me, man, I'm going to
As easy
be
as that.
we start planning this out this next year. I'm going to be dieting like a madman just so I can.
That's it.
I'm already doing it for next week because I'm going up there for the wedding, and I know how my brother from another mother eats, so I'm already going to be struggling a little bit. But for Portugal, it's like I'm going to have to drop 2 sizes because I'm going to gain 2 sizes of the time that I'll be over there. But and that's the thing, like so many, like it's such a mutual respect, and I've just been overjoyed at the, and even when we're looking at this monster here, which I brought it forth a little bit so I can show it off because it deserves to be. Even then, it helped with some of the the story of this.
We have to finish with that, man. We're almost 3 hours now. I believe we're gonna still speaking a little bit. We go offline, but to finish the online session, please talk about your guitar, man.
All right, so
it's you.
This is another Portuguese thing. When I started wanting to get back to guitar in 2020, talking to guys like Flavio and Oz, and I found a great deal on a 7-string, which got the used KM7, Cupero 7 from Schecter, which is an amazing guitar. And of course, the Solar stuff started popping up, and I saw the Solar Telly that shape, and my buddy Jan said, "Oh, well, if only you knew a guy who could build something similar to that." So we started talking about it, and from the ground up, we spec'd this glorious thing out. And there's a lot of personal touches to it. My father has been fighting what started out as prostate cancer since 2008, and he's still fighting that fight. But he's in my thoughts, and it's something that he stays with me very daily as he fights this fight. And he's currently going through immunotherapy and doing his best to kick its butt. But when I started building this, there were things of him that I wanted. So even when he does leave us, who knows when that will be? He's a stubborn individual, like all of you Portuguese people. But then again, he was born in Massachusetts to French and Irish descent. So stubbornness is in the DNA there. But when I put the specs together for this, there were things that I wanted to have. That anytime I look at this instrument, I think of him. So my dad used to make knives. It was a thing he did for a while when I was growing up. And he used certain woods and metals. So this beautiful
man.
This fretboard is one of the prettiest things I've ever seen in my life.
Is it 6 or 7? 7 string?
7 string. It's currently tuned to drop a G. So it's a heavy beast. It's like 9.5 pounds. So it's basically almost Les Paul weight. But it's the top is and you can see the lettering. It's a Jim Beam reclaimed oak Jim Beam bourbon barrel top. Even though it's chambered, you can see the lettering on it, the tank lettering. We wanted to have that, so we did this Cabrita style aggressive pit guard. It's aged nickel silver, so it's distressed and aged. And my dad used to use nickel silver a lot in knife hilts. So that's one of the homages to my dad. The hip shot Ibi High Mast bridge is one of my absolute favorite bridges. It just feels amazing. It's killer tones, the killer stability as far as tuning goes. The tone knobs are aged nickel as well, and it's a 5-way as far as the switch goes. So volume, tone, push pull for coil splits, and then a bunch of killer, and then five ways for tons of tonal options. Bridge, both pickups in serial, both pickups in parallel. This killer phase setting on the 4th, and then full neck. Because my buddy Jan, who built this thing from scratch, is a guitar historian. So he was like, the old electric guitars back in the 70s, they had out of phase pickup, so the switching. And I'm like, okay, cool. So that's that. Killer tonal options. The fretboard, if you look at this thing, my goodness, is it's Cocobolo. So it's the Rosewood family. It's a lot in the Philippines. My dad used to use it for knife hilts or for handles. So
That's really cool.
Well, the first pocket knife he ever built me had a Coca-Cola handle. It's one of the nicest feeling woods. Naturally shines up when you actually it interacts with your oils in your hands. So those two things, the nickel silver and the fretboard, are homages to the old man. The scale length is 26.5 inches or 686 millimeters. So it's short baritone scale, a little bit more of that tuning stability. The frets are stainless steel. The inserts are the fret markers are all aged nickel. The tuners are hip shot open core grip locks. Let's see. They're all aged and distressed. The body is actually cherry, a little bit brighter of a wood, utterly beautiful. And the neck is dime pieces total. It's walnut, Purple Heart with maple spacers. And my buddy Jan did all of this in his home as a part-time luthier. JD Clegg, custom guitars here. Big shout out to my buddy who did this over about a year.
That's probably the best guitar I ever saw in my life, man.
I'm not a great player. I fully admit that. This guitar makes me want to be worthy enough to keep playing it. So I keep working at it to become a better player. Because
you're into scales and all that stuff, solo stuff, or it's
I just like riffing. Okay. I'm certainly not good enough to solo. I'll leave that to guys like Pika or Paulo and some of those amazing Portuguese players you guys have got. Or the guys like John Petrucci and whatnot. Maybe someday. But I'm inspired by I love, when I started out playing bass and playing guitar, it was just more of that. I love riffs. So I gravitated after playing bass a while. I gravitated more towards guitar because I just can't chug on a bass like I can with that. But so there's a lot of, just like I think with anything that you do that's custom, I feel like there needs to be pieces of you in there. So when I got this, when I went up to Tennessee and Virginia last September with my buddy Donnie and the guys in Big Brown Bear, and we did a reunion show in Richmond, Virginia, to honor my buddy Mark Sumter, who passed away during COVID, who was the keyboard player for a band called Separation that I worked with and helped manage for a while when I was living in Richmond. And some of the most amazing people, matter of fact, their vocalist Donnie, who is who I'm going out to catch the show with on Wednesday, going out to his place. We're going to go catch that show together. But we had a reunion show at the Canal Club, and hats off to a couple of my subscribers who came out to the show from Norfolk, who came out to catch it. Utterly amazing. Could not have been happier. Bands that hadn't played together, Separation hadn't played together since 2009. The guys at Ballistic hadn't played together since like 2000. In that line, hadn't played together since 2008. I think Fallen Under was like, I don't know, 06, 07. So it was like 7 or 8 bands. The utterly amazing Murderson, by the way, who people need to check out. They currently have Johnny Throckmorton, the former Slash Throat of Alabama Thunder Pussy, on vocals. They're a nasty thrash band. Utterly fantastic. But having those people, Jan brought this out to the show there at the Canal Club and gave it to me and presented it to me. I wanted to do that to be able to show it off to people to hopefully wrangle him some more work. But the next day, I went up to Northern Virginia, where my dad lives, and I took it to him, and I was like, "So, tell me where you are in this guitar." And he's looking. He looks at the fretboard. He goes, "That's not." I'm like, "What do you think it is?" He's like, "That's not Coca-Cola." I'm like, "Of course it is, because it's you." And it's like that pickguard. He's like, "Is that nickel silver?" "Yeah, it's nickel silver because of you." So he was blown away, and So getting in the whirlwind of seeing people, getting that the day in the whirlwind of seeing people that I hadn't seen in
ages,
many years. The Richmond scene was like the guys like Equileft and Blame Zeus, those really close bands that do a lot of shows together in that Porto area. We called it the family, because there were so many bands that constantly did shows. And before Richmond became this gentrified area, like, I was so upset, and you'll laugh, but one of the places that we used to go in called, it was quite literally in an alley between streets. It's now freaking lofts. It's lofts, and even better, one of our buddies was staying in one of the lofts that used to be alley as a B&B, because it was set up as a B&B. So we walked back in there, and his room was set up. You could see the rafters, because you walked in, you had to hook left to go into the actual venue, into the stage area. And I'm walking under that rafter that I've walked under many times to catch shows, as I'm walking into this loft, and it felt so weird. Yeah. But like there were 3 or 4 venues all together. So like you go out on a weekend and you catch one band would be playing at the Canal Club, you catch a show there. One band would be playing at Alley Cats, you catch a show there. You might catch a small hole in the wall at Rocks, and these other clubs, none of them are there anymore. And you would just hop to these different. And if you were promoting, when you're constantly, remember the days of actually handing out flyers to people, printing out flyers and burning your inkjet copier's ink by the freaking cartridge, and then actually going out to shows and passing out flyers, instead of nowadays we're just like, well, did you send the blast out on Facebook?
Yeah.
or on Instagram, where you actually had to walk and network with different bands face to face. I'm sure you remember that from playing in bands and whatnot in Portugal and in
totally, man.
The UK,
and putting the posters.
Putting those flyers up, putting those posters up.
People checking if police was just not turning on the corner, and we have like a bucket with glue and one with the posters. And like just putting them up, quick, and then something. There's police coming, and then
going out to another show, going out to somebody else's show with handbills, hand flyer, and just handing them out to people in the crowd. Hey, catch this show.
Did it many times, and going to coffees and other places where you knew that people would go there, and just putting on, man. Even in the central bus station, right there, like in distributing flyers. Of course, man, that was part of the process, but it just doesn't work anymore.
It doesn't. I don't know if it doesn't work. I just think that most people don't do it. I think so. They don't want to take the time or the effort to go to these other shows, especially if they might have to pay a cover, to go out there and network and do it the old-fashioned way, and do it by actually meeting people and talking eye to eye and having. And I guess that goes back to, if you like somebody, you might, I have people that, like Scott, for example, who chimed in earlier. People don't watch my content because I'm there, not because of necessarily what I'm covering. Yeah. But I feel like if you like the person, you're going to support that band and go out to that show just because they're there. So by making that personal connection and actually doing it face to face and not through not online, to the same people you could go out to a show and hand out a flyer to, helps reinforce that a bit more. But I guess that's the old school ethic that we grew up with, because we didn't have. I think the only big thing then was like Facebook was just starting in 2004. MySpace was really like the big thing. Yeah. Twitagra and Instagram and Snapchat and all that didn't exist. So it was doing it the old fashioned way.
I kind of agree with you. I don't know why did it stop, because both things can coexist perfectly.
Exactly. Why can't you do both? Why can't
one should benefit from the other? That's as simple as that. I don't see any meaning.
neither one. Like I guess neither one should replace the other. They should
exactly.
supplement.
Yeah,
They should supplement or complement each other.
I totally agree with you. Well, let's hope that someone listens to this and start. You know what, Bruno and Brett, they were right, man. Let's just start doing the flyers again on the shows, because it's as easy as that. You invest on it, but it's like investing on publicity. Publicity is like an expensive thing, but flyers are not that expensive. You can do it at home with your printer, or you can go to a place where there's like hundreds and hundreds of copies for a cheaper price, and you just with better quality, and you just man. That's how you do.
Speaking to that, with the River City Revival show that we did in Richmond at the Canal Club last September, my buddy Ed, the guitar player for Ballistic, he's an older gentleman. He's in his 50s, I believe. Don't get mad at me, Ed. But Ed's old school. He did blasts on Facebook, but this guy was going out to different shows at the Canal Club, at Another Round Bar Grill, which is actually owned by our buddy Brian, who plays in a fantastic band called Spiral Fracture. But he was putting out flyers putting out flyers at different gigs, at different shows, and actually going out and doing the old school method, handing out handbills, putting up flyers and posters. And because Ballistic was on that bill and Ed took those steps, we put over 300 plus people into a club for a bunch of bands that hadn't played together in over a decade. So it shows that if you do both steps and reach out to people, you can get more. But I feel like people would rather be complacent and just do one or the other, or do the thing that takes the least amount of effort. I'll be right back. I think let's try.
No worries. Guys who are still there, we're about to finish any moment. Like I told you, this is a long conversation. During this week, I'm gonna do a shorter version of all this conversation when you guys can check it out, just the best moments. And I'm going to try to keep it between 1 hour and a half, because we spoke of lots of interesting things. We got lost because it was the first time we're doing this. We never spoke like this before. He's struggling with the dog, and he's back, and we're about to just put an end on the show, okay? Man, I was just telling people before we just go.
Yeah, we'll get some more tweets.
We're about to finish the thing, because it's going for 3 hours and a half now.
3 hours and 11 minutes and 47 seconds. So Luna, my lady here, she likes to do this thing where I have to remember to close the bathroom door, because she will go in there, she will get stuck in the bathroom, because she knows that I heard her scratching, that's why I had to run out real quick. And then she knows immediately that she'll get a treat. So this girl, who's way too smart for my own good, she gets trapped in the bathroom by herself when I forget to close the door, so she can get a treat. and of course these two, the two boys, get all happy because they know, oh look, she's in the bathroom. We're gonna run out and go to the kitchen to get a treat.
You're amazing, man.
I've got 3 4-legged perpetual 4-year-olds. Just like kids, they all have their own personalities, and you have to read them. But I know some other people might have said something on Facebook. Let's get to some of those comments and wrap up.
Yeah. So let's say, well, there's still people watching.
Gathering. Yep.
Miguel Martinez was saying gathering. He said this is this is the one Brett is talking about, which was a video about one of those female bands a long time ago, because we kept speaking since then. That would be awesome. B&B Fest, as you see it. And there was someone like cheering up because of the thing. But Miguel said something up I missed that was quite cool. He was talking. I can't remember what we were talking about. Let's read it. That is so true. Nowadays, Everything is available.
Talking about going into record stores.
Yeah. So that was it. Absolutely
Yes.
absorbed the artwork, lyrics. It was magical. It is still every time
Right,
I
and,
buy
you know,
something. Yeah,
that's a great point, is to
the
be
whole
able to
record
sit
is
down
cool.
with the liner notes in front of you and read the story, especially if it was a concept record, and read that story and lyrics. As you said, like with you, especially being such a huge vinyl collector, you get to sit down with that record and open it up, and you've got this book of information.
It's such a total different experience, man. And when you have those covers that have lots of details, I'm not even going to speak about Iron Maiden, because you have covers back then from the same era that have much more complexity in terms of details, and you can get lost. And some of those covers, if I still go and check them nowadays, I may found a detail I never found before, and I look at them for hundreds and hundreds of times. And that is an art that is kind of lost, because
We could
obviously
spend an
in streaming you
hour.
have this image this size. There's not much space to
We could
notice
spend
that.
an hour talking about artwork.
Oh, completely, man.
You know, when Anna from Be Under Arms sent me a bunch of their stuff, one of the things I love about them from they're from Moscow, and they're it's male female fronted, husband and wife vocals, and it's metalcore. It's a mixture of both female and male cleans and aggressive, but self-produced. Each record as a CD, the artwork is on every page, and it's brilliant, full color artwork, and each track has its own rendering. I wish I had my copy. I wish I had my copy of Dark Tales Northern Country, so I could actually show you pictures. I put a bunch of them up on Instagram over the years, but like the fact that there are bands out there that still pay that kind of attention to detail. You know, you can remember some of these big name album artists that over the years have done these prolific album covers: Iron Maiden, Iced Earth, Metallica, Megadeth. You see some of that, and like I said with Pestilence and such. Like back when you walk into a record store and go, "Hey, that looks evil or cool. I haven't heard the band. I'm going to pick that up just because the album art
completely
is awesome." And I know that many people from our era, because I think you're a little bit older than I am, but because you're in your 40, you're like 44, 45, right around there.
What, me?
Yeah.
I'm 43.
Okay. All right. So I'll be 43 in July. So
there you go.
So we're right there.
Yeah.
So people from our generation, you started learning like Derek Riggs and those guys. You started learning these artists' names because of how prolific they were at doing album art.
Completely. And Before I ever listened to Master of Puppets, the first thing I did was looking at the cover like a billion times. In that was the record, one of the records that my cousin had, and then later he recorded me a tape with Master of Puppets on one side. I think it was a 90-minute cassette. It was Master of Puppets on one side. It didn't fit everything, and on the other side it was Keeper of the Seven Keys Part 2 from Halloween.
Yeah.
So it was these two amazing albums. But back then, I remember what really struck me was the hardest of the two bands, because I was a young kid, and every time I used to go with my grandma shopping, and there was this guy dressed completely metal style with the skinny legs and the t-shirts and whatever. They would say like, that is a junkie. And it feel like, and that is a junkie, and he only listens to noisy music. So that was the thing that I had when I was a kid. And then my first experience listening to Master of Puppets, that even starts with this amazing classical guitar, and then it evolves to Batteries is one of those songs that is still, every time I listen to it, I go back to the age when I listened the first time, because that's how much it impacted on me. So it's like before I ever listened to that, I knew that cover from top to bottom. That art is kind of, I think it's coming back on the metal genre again.
That's a great idea for another.
Cool new artists doing stuff, especially for some deathcore bands. But for example, Ed Rapka, who did like some of the most iconic covers for heavy metal bands all time, and
Yeah.
that's my favorite. And that's the art of. But
No, no, no.
the sizes of the thing, even on CD, you could go on and check on the details. Right now, it's just like a small square. It's harder.
We'll have to put a pin in this for another episode at some point.
Yeah, yeah,
But you know
totally,
what?
totally.
You mentioned battery.
Yeah,
We should sit down maybe at some point and just do a quick video, like maybe 10, 15 minutes, and basically just come up with like a top 10 list of our top 10 opening tracks
that'd be
from
amazing.
records. Because you talk about battery, like that, like the way that opens that record, that it starts out, it almost lulls you into this false sense of security, and then boom, it just smashes you straight in the face. And there's so many records that have these incredible, like memorable, to the point where you can just I can hear them right off the bat in my head, opening tracks. And then there's also those records on the flip side where there's like amazing album closers, that last track that hits you on the record,
completely,
and you walk away. You walk away at the end of that journey going, "What the hell just hit me to close out that type of record?" Like, so talking about Master of Puppets, you get smashed in the face at the beginning with battery, and then you get and then it finishes you off with Damage Incorporated at the very end of it.
That comes just right after Orion,
incredible opener, incredible closer, and it's two tracks that just like you walk away from that experience.
It's the perfect beginning and the perfect ending. It can go much better than that, in my opinion.
Another good one would be we can go back to Urban Discipline. You get Chamber Spends 3 to open the record up.
Oh gosh!
And then if you get then you get Hold My Own.
Yeah,
at the end of the record, and it smashes you in the face.
I think it has that kind of. It gives you that kind of feeling that because the market was different and people used to listen to the same record.
I'm sorry. Tears of Blood closes it out, and then if you get the extended version, it's Hold My Own.
Yeah.
But either way, like both tracks are either way it closes. It's insane.
But any of them, it gives you that feeling that when the album starts, you're like, okay, I'm ready for a journey. Let's go. And then when the album finishes, it just finishes, and it makes you feel like, you know what, I'm gonna listen one more time, because it just opened the appetite for me to listen to the album one more time, man. And I think that's kind of related to the way we used to listen to music back then. It wasn't track.
We could go back to a record we both said that we adore, and the opener and the closer from Sieve by Blanches.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
Yep.
The way that record opens up with Deja Vu, and the way it finishes at the end, which honestly one of the best tracks on the record in my personal opinion.
I told you it's one of the best records I ever heard in the last 20 years, man. It doesn't matter if it's Portuguese. It could be Chinese or from anywhere of any part of the world.
It closes out with the Crown and the Gun, and that's a fantastic track.
It's perfect. I'm going to be honest with you. The only thing missing on that record, it's a vinyl edition. That's the only thing. I wish it had a vinyl edition.
Paulo, are you listening?
Yeah. They know my wishes. It's kind of hard. Things are quite expensive.
No, it certainly is. Metallica just bought a vinyl processing plant.
Really? That's
yes,
the best.
In Alexandria, Virginia. They just partnered with one of the largest vinyl producers in the world partially because now that vinyl's come back, and it's funny, I'm sure you will agree, for a while as a metalhead, it was great. We were the rebels that were still doing vinyl when the pop world had completely forgotten about it. Yep. And then suddenly people like Taylor Swift had to suddenly jump on a trend that the metalheads that our culture had been keeping alive for years. And now because they've realized, and their management and their labels have realized they can make money off that too.
Yeah.
They're monopolizing and selling. I mean, hey, great for the record, the producers of vinyl, that they're making more than the niche that metal is. But suddenly they're taking up all of this capacity and this processing capability that used to be all of our lovely niche culture. I remember
it became a thing for collectors, isn't it?
Yeah.
Buying music right now, and even the tape, the cassette, it became.
I can't believe cassettes came back.
Yeah, but you know what? I have more cassettes right now than I ever had when I was younger. But the thing is, the quality of sound of the cassette is quite crap. It's the worst format.
It is. I have to ask you: did you ever have? Because I know I did. Did you ever have a tape that you hated? Like you just didn't like the record, so you taped over it and used it to record something.
Yeah, I did.
And you had to like take a Sharpie or something and write what the actual tape was.
Yeah. The tip on the holes.
Yeah, you put the tip on the holes.
Yeah, I did that a lot.
And then just go and duplicate. Like go to one of your buddies and grab a record that you actually wanted because you didn't have the money to go out and buy any more blank cassettes. So you just completely recorded the record over that. I think I actually I had a copy of it might have been either Clandestine or Wolverine Blues from Entombed that I had a tape. I don't remember which band it was, but it was a record that I didn't like at all. I didn't want anymore. I didn't have a spare blank, so I I borrowed artwork and recorded that on that. And actually wrote his artwork on it, Sharpie.
I'll tell you what. We were talking about a few hours ago about the Michael Jackson thing. I had this promotional Michael Jackson thing from Dangerous.
No.
And when I started listening to hardcore music, Michael Jackson was totally put aside. And I wish I never did that, because now it costs a fortune to have that edition, And I recorded Slayer on my cousin. He lent me the live album from Slayer. Decade of Aggression, and that's what I did.
Yeah.
I just recorded my favorite tracks on one side and on the other. That was it, man. And I still regret that thing, but there were so many tapes. My mom and dad had like really crappy music, and I used to pick it up and just record it over it, and they didn't even notice.
We were talking about Michael Jackson, and certainly not Michael Jackson, but in the same family, one of my favorite metal tracks that wasn't from a metal singer was when Janet Jackson did Black Cat.
Oh, that's amazing!
That track is heavy. That track is
it's
heavy, it's aggressive. It's got a fantastic fiery guitar solo. Like it's a metal track. It's done by Janet Jackson. I guess that was 88. Probably,
or 89, something like that. Yeah, I remember that.
I'll bring that track up to people, and I'll be like, "Have you heard this?" They're like, "What?" I'm like, yeah. At one time, this was
we have to review all these tracks from 80s, these pop tracks from 80s as well, man.
I have a feeling that you and I are going to be doing some regular content together. We get along incredibly well. Hopefully, you'll get some feedback, and we'll get some feedback on how this went. It's certainly gone long. I don't need to break your record of over 4 hours, but man, we're so similar. There's a lot of like-minded things going on that we could just talk. I feel like I'm hanging out with a good friend, just enjoying a beverage, and it's the best conversations to me are when they're effortless, and that's exactly what this has been. It's just
I totally agree with you. Thank you, man.
An effortless conversation. Because I want to get it on the air instead of do it offline. What I gotta ask? Why did you leave Portugal and go to London?
Well, it was kind of an economic
Decision.
decision because I was a security guard
Okay.
in Portugal, and I was getting paid after 5 years exactly the same, and things were start to getting down. Everybody
Okay.
was away from it. Oh no, everything is fine. And me and my wife, we start watching that and starting to notice things change. And my mother-in-law was still alive. She died with cancer 1 year and a half after we moved in. But she was like the first door we had, and it was the opportunity we had to come to London. And I'm
Right.
going to be honest with you, one of my favorite records when I was like 5 years old, it was a compilation of 20 classics from the Beatles. And we had, back in the 80s, we had lots of TV shows from BBC and all
Right.
that stuff. So I grew like with the kind of London vibe
Okay.
in my head. So it was like unconscious, the thing, this need of coming to London. And this was after me and my wife, we came to London on holidays for 2 years in a row. And we really loved this. And she 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 lived here before that, before we met for a couple of years, and it wasn't a good experience. And after we came on holiday, she really loved it. And so we start wondering, things were going down economically on Portugal, starting to go down. And we thought, you know what? Let's let's move on. It's now or never. If we have to do it, it's going to be now, or else the chance is gone. And that's what we did. And it's not been an easy task, but I'm going to be honest with you. I'm fucking tired of living in London
Really?
right now, especially after Brexit and all that stuff. But the city itself, I'm going to be honest with you. If I go to the center of London and I have some cash to go to some vinyl shops, or even just the architecture around you, because they keep the buildings. It's one of those towns that keep the buildings the most classical
Right.
and original thing,
Right.
like in the beginning. It kind of gives you, it's kind of my vibe. And to be honest with you, I used to say to people, you're in London, you need to go and take a piss. You look at a wall and there's something saying David Bowie was born here. And this is true, man. This is kind of true. Every single place has kind of an historic and cultural thing attached to it.
Yeah.
And this is really my town in that sense. I just wish I had money to afford a better lifestyle, but
Right.
it's going on. It's been worse. Right now things are not good because the world is on complete economic crisis. It's not just London. Brexit
No.
drew up for us and lots of countries with the war and COVID situation. There's no miracles, man. That's how it is. But there's a perspective of life. My oldest son, for example, he's already graduated. He got a master's degree. He
Oh,
has his own job,
congratulations.
and since last year he's living by himself and he's fully independent. And I hope my two other sons, I have a boy and a girl. Besides him, I hope they go through the same future. And in terms of studying it and have opportunities in life in here, it's much better for them. So that's
Right.
the main reason why we came. And watching the example of my older son, we we did the right choice. So and it's still the city of my heart in lots of aspects. But I'm going to be honest. If I could, I would leave the fuck right now because I'm really, really tired of
Now
it
where now
at the
where in
moment.
where in Portugal did you come from?
Well, I lived around the Lisbon area,
Okay.
quite close to the Lisbon area, and that's where I mainly grew up. Not really in Lisbon, but it was like half an hour from train, and I live in like two or three different places, but they were like half an hour from train from
Right.
Lisbon, so it was really close by, and I had lots of good memories from it. And I have lots of great friends. I wish I was with them, but it was like a father and mother decision. That was it. And for as much tired as we are right now of living in London, when we think, we really, me and my wife really think on our decision, we did the right decision, man. Because
Right.
my kids
That's,
are fine, are having a great future, and that's why we came. So that's it, man. Basically, that's it. I love Portugal, but when I got out from Portugal, I was tired from Portugal. Right now, I'm really tired of this. But I'm going to be honest. Economically, right now, Portugal is much, much worse than we are in here. I couldn't imagine myself living in Portugal with 2 children right now and have the lifestyle I have.
I completely understand that. I can see.
That's the fact. So it was priorities. You have to be bigger than yourself and go further than your ego and whatever you want. And you know what? I had bands until I came to London. When I moved to London, that's when really it hurts. It took me 2 years to accept my musical life as a musician was over. It took me 2 years to realize that. And I still tried a little bit with some friends of mine and friends of friends until I had the notion, you know what, that's not why I'm here. I had my chance in Portugal. It didn't work out. And I have to be honest with myself. That's it. That's the end of it. So to be able to do this right now and be connected with musicians, and although I'm not playing or writing lyrics or giving concerts, I'm supporting the
Yes.
same world where I kind of grew up. So it feels good. It feels
And
good to be still be in it and still be able to do something to support the people who are still doing it.
and
And
that's
that,
why
yep,
that's why I started this, was just to have that feeling again, to be able to, even though you're away from it and you're not there physically, to have to, it's like I needed that. For me, was to be able to connect with these bands again and support and promote. And it was something, it was a part of me, just like it sounds like it was part of you that was missing, and this gives you
exactly, man.
that outlet. When I moved down to Texas in 2016, I was I guess close to you. Let's see here. Get back to this lovely calculator. I was down in it's 800. It's roughly, it's close to 900 kilometers away from where I'm at now. But I was down there from 2016 to 2021, and subtropical. Lots of palm trees and
Yeah.
orange groves and scrub brush, which I've spent enough time in deserts, so the culture is different down there. I still have some wonderful friends down there. I love that. Where I'm at now, where I've been since October of 2021, is it reminds me a lot more of Virginia, as far as the mountains are gone, but I get rolling hills instead. I get more trees and greenery. Like outside in my backyard, trees that I actually have to trim because they get to the point where they're about ready to come over my house. These guys finally get a backyard. There's this beautiful park not too far from me, about 14 miles away, so about 24 kilometers, 24, 25 kilometers or so. I go out and they've got a bunch of trails. I take the dogs out with me, and when I took Luna and Sam out there last year, right before I got Dawson, they were out, and there's pine needles all over the ground on the island trail, which is kind of trails around this little island, about a mile and a quarter or so. And when
Man,
her
just
paws
quick behind you.
crunch,
Just
yeah,
quick.
she's I you know what,
Amazing, man.
with Luna there, I got her as a puppy. She was 6 months old when I saved her in 20, and I'm sorry, when she saved me at the end of 2016, as I was, health problems and stuff. But when her paws hit those pine needles and crunched, it was like she looked at me like, "What is this?" Because she'd never been around it before. But now, right down the street, my brother lives a little over a mile from me, and my mom retired, so she lives with my brother now. So other than my dad, who still lives up in Virginia, I've still got the remainder of my family within spitting distance of,
Yeah.
and it's wonderful. Matter of fact, typically when I'm out of town, my mom comes over. She stays here. She watches the three. And when you were talking earlier about how, I know when they bark, Luna, my lady there, my brown and white one, my brindle, they're all really smart, but Mom and Luna have this great connection. from the years that we lived with my mom. And mom looked at, Dawson's barking at my mom, and my mom couldn't figure out what was going on. So she looks at Luna and she goes, Luna, what does he want? And Luna gets up, she walks off the couch, and she walks over and she sits down right next to the food.
That's brilliant, man. That's
Grandma,
brilliant.
Grandma, she's hungry. Grandma, he's hungry. It's
brilliant, man.
It's time for food. But so there, as far as that goes, and now, in the Valley, I was like 6+ hours from Houston. I was about 4.5 hours from San Antonio. But in Texas, if shows happen, they typically wind up they're typically in Dallas, Houston, and San Antonio. And if they're not in those places, then they're going to go to Corpus Christi, and they're probably going to go to Austin or possibly San Antonio. And that unspoken rule of promoters of certain distances between shows and whatnot, which I think is utter nonsense. It's just promoters trying to maximize their attendance. But now the fact that I'm basically about equal distance from Houston and from Dallas in different directions, I'm able to catch so many of these shows. So like I was able to go out and meet the Gara guys. I'm able to go out and hang out with my buddy and catch, we just got tickets last week for Dream Theater, Devin Townsend and Animals as Leaders in June. So I'm gonna guess in June we'll go catch that show.
Yeah.
And in July I'll drive out to Austin, which is a little further away. Instead of like the 2 hours to Dallas, 2.5 or 3 hours to Dallas, it's basically about 4 hours to Austin. So I'll go out and catch Analepsy in Austin and get some food. And on the way back, of course, there's this place right outside Austin in Round Rock called Round Rock Donuts. They've been around since 1920 something. And dude, I know you Portuguese and your sweet tooths. These are my brother. Last September when Bart and I went out and caught Maiden together in Austin. And as much as I'd spent time in Austin, I've never been to this place. And he goes, we got to stop in Round Rock Donuts, dude. I love him and I hate him for it because I can never have another donut again. Because he even tells me before we get there, right as we're pulling into the drive-thru for Round Rock, he goes, I'm not going to apologize because this is going to ruin you. You're never going to want to have another donut that's not a Round Rock donut again, because the yeast instead of flour, and they make them a different way, and all of them are made by hand. They're not done by machine. So they're super sweet, but man, and like good luck consuming without milk to help cut that sweetness, or in the case of Portuguese, that thick, strong coffee that you guys love so much.
Yeah.
But my goodness. So on the way, I told Bart on the way back from the Analepsy show the next day, like, we're going to stop at Round Rock Donuts. And thankfully, just right down the street from Round Rock is one of the easy ways to get back here from Austin. So I'm going to hit Round Rock, grab some donuts, and then get on the road to head back home. But oh yeah, like, my dad being from Boston.
You're in the perfect place right now.
Well, it gives me a lot of, it's the smallest town I've ever lived in my life. So that, like, getting used to small town. But the thing is, you hear about that Southern hospitality. It's so prevalent here. Like, people are incredibly nice, incredibly giving. They're like, and when Sterling from he was in Portugal for a while. He lives in Scotland. He was big friends with the guys from Switch Tents and from Burn Damage and all them.
I think so.
When I started Sterling Harper, when I started covering the Portuguese scene from the channel, he told me that he said something that, and I'm paraphrasing here, that the Portuguese might not be rich financially, but they're rich from that love and like family perspective and the way they treat you. Like, they're rich culturally, and they're rich in that aspect. And he couldn't have been more right there.
We're a bunch of threats for each other sometimes, man. That's because you're an outsider. I'm telling you, we just can't because we're such a small country. I think it's like a little bit of Big Brother effect, where it's like going on tour for too long. You go with your best friends that are part of your band, but after a while, you just even breathing, it starts getting annoying. If you know what I mean.
But
And
it's
you're
like,
like, yeah, imagine the smallest state of the United States, cut it in half. Probably that's Portugal. So
no, I think Portugal's probably bigger than Rhode Island. Rhode Island's
really, oh,
really small.
woohoo!
Rhode Island's really small.
we not we not that
I don't know
small.
if it's certainly bigger than because
Yeah,
it takes
but
a couple hours to
yeah,
drive north to south in Portugal, right? Like 3 or 4
yeah,
hours.
yeah, probably,
Yeah,
yeah.
Rhode Island, you can get through in an hour.
Yeah.
Rhode
Okay.
Rhode Island's pretty small, depending on traffic. But you know, it's like it's like sibling relationship. You guys Portuguese can mess with each other, and that's okay. But if somebody else messes with you, then everybody bands together and
You bet.
and
You bet.
you're gonna rue the day. Like
You bet.
you're gonna oh man, like I said with All Against, it was like, oh man, when somebody thought I slighted them, some people were getting angry, and I was like, I didn't do it.
We like
But
that, but we're good people. Deep inside, we're good people. We just kind of have this kind of I don't know. We like to be annoying to each other sometimes. I think it's more a cultural thing than anything. That's what I start to believe in. But when we're kind of welcoming that, for example, when I went to Porto, the way I was received by people I only knew from internet,
right,
it was I was, for example, I stayed in Nuno's Gruesome Records.
yeah.
I stayed in Nuno's place. Him, um, him, Anna, and her mom.
Yeah.
They treat me like I felt like I was part of their family, and I never felt that before in any other place. To be honest with you, and even the people from other bands that I've met, that's how they treat me. Like they met me for a long time, like we're speaking right now.
Right.
And if you go, for example, if you go to Lisbon, it's more the opposite. I don't
Yeah.
know. People probably sound that they're much open wide, and then they retract themselves a little bit. And you go to the north, you have a total different attitude.
So
So
it's
we
I guess
Portuguese people are kind of, I don't
Lisbon
know.
is more
We
like
we should be checked by National Geographic or something.
So
It's very interesting
Lisbon's
species.
more big city like New York or something. There's more pretension. There's more
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, kind of.
elitism.
Yeah, probably it's
That you know
it's a good
what?
comparison.
That
Yeah,
happens in every state I've lived in. Like the bigger cities, like for example, New York. Like a lot of people think that New York City, New York is composed of New York City. And there's so much pretension and elitism. There's great people in New York City, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But if you go to smaller places like Buffalo or Albany or Poughkeepsie, like there's these cool, hip little smaller cities that have fantastic people. Even here in Texas, places like Dallas and Austin, you're going to get that elitism. You're going to get that pretension. But you come out to tiny places like where I live, and it's different. You get that whole Southern hospitality, that country feeling. When I moved up here, I went to get my driver's license. I went to get it changed to my new address, and since COVID here in the States, you have to make an appointment. You used to be able to just walk in. So I made my appointment, and I go over there, and this place is right down the street from me, and it's so close. It's not even a mile away. And I go in there, and the sweet lady, the office it's a little room, not an entire building like it is in most bigger cities. And she's apologizing to me profusely because I had to wait 10 minutes. And I looked at her, and she's like, "I'm so sorry you had to wait." And I looked at her, and I said, "Ma'am," I said, "Pardon me, ma'am, but I don't understand what you're saying." And she goes, "Some people, people here get so upset if you have to wait." I'm like, "Ma'am, I've only waited 10 minutes.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. I
and
used to wait like 3 hours.
where I had just come from, I had to schedule it days out in advance, and I had to wait hours. Like my aunt lives in Dallas, outside of Dallas. She was realizing she was going to come out here to spend time with my brother and my mom and myself, and stay at their place. And she's like, "Oh no, my license is going to expire." And mom goes, "Well, why don't you just make an appointment here in town and go over to it?" She makes an appointment. She goes, the lady goes, "Well, do you want to come in tomorrow?" And she goes, "What?" She's like, "What do you mean?" Like it was gonna like it was close to a month wait for her to get that same appointment in the Dallas Fort Worth area, and here, she was in and out. She was in and out. Got her new license and everything. Got her license renewed and everything, and got her and within like 15 minutes tops. So smaller. There can be a benefit. The bigger places, more people, more attitudes, a bit more of that classism, which I wish wouldn't exist, but unfortunately will probably never go away. And I know in London you probably experienced that more, because I feel like the Brits might get mad at me, but I feel like they try to hold on. So like the upper classes try to hold on to that last grasp a little bit more.
The British people are quite curious. It depends. It depends on where you go. But usually, I'm going to be honest, the best thing in London is you can go dressed like you want and get in the subway, and it can be filled with every class possible on the society. No one gives a goddamn fuck about you. So that's the thing that I like the most in London. But then you have another kind of clashes that would become another conversation.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the British or the European football classes.
Kind of, yeah.
You have that a lot in the DC area, because in DC you have American football and American hockey, and I found that in Pennsylvania, the Pennsylvania sports teams fans, because Pennsylvania is only a couple hours away by train. You can get on the train and you can then take the subway system to wherever you want to go, to the stadiums and whatnot. Pennsylvania fans travel, and they're brash and offensive. Like for a while, the Philadelphia Eagles and a National Football League team, they actually used to have a courtroom in their stadium with a judge that was there. They don't have it anymore, but they used to have a circuit courtroom in the stadium to be able to charge people right there during game day, because Philly fans are so terrible. They can be really, really bad. And Philadelphia Steelers football fan or Pittsburgh Steelers fans can be really bad too. They've got these yellow terrible towels they wave around, and they'll travel down to games. And of course, the division rivals, the Washington Commanders, are in interdivision with the Philadelphia Eagles, and the Baltimore Ravens are interdivisional rivals with the Steelers. So those fans come down, and then after the game they get on the Metro, and if they win, they are laying fights are breaking out in the subway, and I'm sure it happens. I know the British are very particular about their football teams, and the Portuguese, from what I've seen from posts on Facebook.
No, but in Portugal, that doesn't happen. Actually, that happens in the stadium, except for some small portion of fans. But here it's like a lifestyle. Whenever I have to get out, and I know there's this game going on, and I have to go on a train that's gonna stop when the game finished in front of the stadium. Fuck, man, that's when you should start getting scared, because everybody's fucking drunk. And it's like they're very aggressive. It's a very, very aggressive way of showing support for a sport. And even in Portugal, I was never a big fan. I was always more into music than sport. And I was never very good playing football, to be honest with you. So it was 1+1 makes 2. It was easy for me to kind of be aware of all that.
But the
But
UK is a different level, huh?
no, it's a total
Insanity.
different league. Exactly, man. It's a total different league of kind of aggression or where it gets to that point. So the thing is, if you see a football game or a stadium or something, and the game is about to go off, just get the fuck out of
It's
there as soon as possible.
it's kind of like Texas high school football.
Probably,
Dude.
probably.
I have watched parents from opposing teams start fighting each other in the parking lot after
That's
one
ridiculous,
team win. You remember the old movie Varsity Blues
Yeah,
back in the 90s, based
yeah,
off Texas high school football.
yeah.
That really wasn't that much of an exaggeration, man. It really wasn't. And now being deep in the heart of East Texas, where a lot of, even more so than South Texas, where a lot of these small towns like have football, like the football teams are it. So we were out at we went out to a place and they were closed on a Friday because I forgot it was Friday Night Lights. It was high school football and the restaurant was closed because the owners and their family were out watching the football game. They're out down in another town watching high school football, and man, passionate. These little towns will stop. The businesses will close down, and they will go to these games. I made the mistake a couple of months ago or last year of forgetting my headphones when I was going to the gym, and it was on a Friday night, right as the game was wrapping up. And the way I get back is different because I got to go on the highway for a second on our little loop around our town to go back to the house. And I forgot the game was going on, and it was getting out, and the high school was right at the edge of where I was getting back onto the main drag. So the cops are out there. The stadium has a larger capacity than the population of the town that I live in.
Really? That's amazing.
And it will pack up, and they've got a freaking jumbotron, and now, granted, it helps that the team is really, really, really good year in and year out. But these little towns, man, just like these little towns in the UK that have the smaller football clubs.
Yeah,
people get so passionate. But we're gonna break. I'm sure we'll probably talk for a couple minutes offline. We might as well give the viewers a break and get out of here. We're back. I'm looking at the counter. It's 3 hours and 56 minutes.
You broke the record.
I didn't mean to go for the record, but
to make 4 hours.
All right, you want to go for 4?
Yeah, people here that saying that it was an amazing podcast. People watch this, they're fucking mad. But
if you guys watched any of this for an extended length of time, thank you. I love you guys.
Yeah,
truly.
Yeah.
The fact that you're just hanging out with us
completely
for hours. I mean, especially in Portugal, being up late. I mean, this is only 19:30 for me.
1:30 in the morning right now.
1:30 in the morning, 19:30 for me, so 7:30 p.m. 1:30 for you.
Like I told you, today, 25th of April, it's like a bank holiday on Portugal, so some people can have some rest.
Now, what's the name of the holiday again?
We call it 25th of April. It's the date of when.
Well, and in that case, I will say to all of you Portuguese people out there that watch this or are watching this in the future after it's happened, let me say happy independence to you.
Yeah.
For that date was it 1974?
Exactly. Yep. Exactly.
Where you finally gained your independence as a nation. It's something that's still incredibly important to us as Americans when we were able to win our independence from the British. So the fact that you were finally able to receive that independence as well, it took a whole lot longer. It's a huge thing to be able
30 years or 40 years. I can't remember right now. But it was between 30 or 40 years of.
So I guess 74 to 23, it'll be 49 years.
Probably. I don't no mess at this hour, man. It's 1:30 in the morning for me. Don't forget about that.
I believe
I have
it'd be
to do the
49
calculator right
years.
now, but you might be right. It's something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and that which is amazing. So it'll be 50 years next year that you have
Yeah.
that your country has had that, and of
Maybe
course,
start having access to good music with bands like Led Zeppelin and
so
no, Led Zeppelin. It's no, yeah, Led Zeppelin.
we were
For
talking about
example.
taking things for granted, right? There's
Yep.
one, and you're talking uh, one of the experiences I had in Afghanistan that always grabs me to this very day. One of my interpreters, AJ, he was one of our interpreters at the gate of Bagram Air Base. And one day I asked them, because I was curious, because at this point it's probably October, November 2002. We'd only been in the country and helped liberation from Taliban for not even a year yet. And I asked AJ how he felt about us being there. And he said finally he was able to feel freedom to listen to what he wanted to do and to do what he wanted. And to show me, he pulls up his shirt, and across his back, he has knife scars all across his back, crisscrossing his back, where the Taliban caught him with a bootleg cassette tape of NWA, and they tortured him for having that cassette, for having a cassette of music. They stripped his shirt off his body, and they cut him across his back, just crisscrossed these blade scars all the way from shoulder all the way down to his waist. And that was one of those moments where it was, holy,
yeah,
I am so
lucky,
so fortunate.
Yeah, that's the
to
word.
be able to be free, to have a constitution and a Bill of Rights that specifically says I have the right to freedom of speech.
Yep.
And to be able to listen to this, I have the right to wear that Cradle of Filth shirt that people actually even in the U.S. had to go to court with.
Yep.
If I really wanted to, even though I never would, I have the right to wear the Jesus is a shirt that people in Australia and other countries were actually put in jail for. I had the right to wear other negative heavy metal shirts and
so many
it was that moment that clicked.
To swear, to talk about politics the way you want, to choose which side you want to be an opposite side. If someone doesn't agree with you, you can coexist. It doesn't have to be only one side ruling the other one.
Biggest thing there.
So many things, like you said, that we take for granted because we were born already with them. This is our reality. But there's still so many people in the world who doesn't have that. And what he said is just.
And again, every day, it's like, I mean, and in some places, people have been killed for that.
Yeah.
So for that, if you're in a country where you
remember
that,
you remember that situation with which was the president? Which was the president during the 9/11? George Bush. You remember the situation where he went to a Muslim country and there was a guy who threw a shoe, and he just skipped the shoe for a couple of seconds, and he laughed about it. That guy was killed. That was the penalty, because in this country, throwing a shoe is one of the most worst offense you can get.
Oh yeah. I want to say that was one of Saudi or one of those countries.
Probably something. I can't remember which country it was, but that's the world we live in. We just are used to live and taking things for granted because that's our reality.
Right.
When a couple kilometers of mile from us, there's someone who doesn't know that. the reality is completely different. So I think that that's really important. Celebrating freedom in any way, it's always
and
important,
and
and having freedom and giving the importance of having it, and knowing that some people would like to have it and don't have. Like for example, what I say to my kids. Sometimes my kids, we cook something that they don't like that
right.
much. Oh, and they start doing that, like those faces. Oh, and I go like, you know what? Right now, there's someone in the world, there's some kid from your age, even in this country, who'd love to have this meal, and he's not going to be able to.
Right.
So at least respect the people who wanted to have what you have, and they don't. And that's how I
And
live
that's
my
the
life, and
thing.
that's
Like,
how I teach my kids, man. Everything you have, even if it's a bad moment, there's someone always worse than you, man.
and that's a big. That was the other thing, was just like having been in those situations. Like, I know that even as bad as it's gotten its points, it can. I've been through worse. It can get worse. So I always remember that. It's like, you know what? Okay, things might have to be a little more tight this month. Okay, but you know what? I've been to the point where I couldn't do this at all, or where I was happy to have a couple of dollars to buy a couple of packages of ramen.
Yep.
To be able to keep food in my stomach, or where I didn't have to go to a porta john, or little, just like, or I didn't have to drive down a road that wasn't mine. Like, so, or just little things, and to think that I've been in places where people didn't have the littlest of freedoms. And so I think when you do, like, for instance, that people in Portugal get the chance to celebrate this day, they should. You absolutely should, because it's such a huge milestone. But you should always remember where you came from. I was talking to my brother. We grew up in an area that was pretty good, and I got to meet a lot of former professional football players and such. One of the nicest people I've ever met in my life is from the National Football League, is former Washington Redskins, now the Washington Commanders, Hall of Fame cornerback, guy named Darryl Green. One of the utterly nicest individuals I have ever met in my entire life. And if you didn't know who he was, you would have never guessed that this guy was incredibly well off and was a former professional athlete. Other than the fact that he still even now, he keeps in pretty good shape. But, like, you would never know. And because there's some of those people that just don't forget where they came from.
Yeah.
And
I agree, brother.
I think that's so important. So
we're
406. We're 4 hours and 7 minutes coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody that's watched any portion of this video, thank you so much for watching, for tuning in.
And there are people who are still gonna watch this, even if they have to do in 4 days, watching bit by bit. I know that.
It's an honor to have this be my first time talking to somebody and doing content in over 2 years. I'm so happy to be back. I'm so happy to start making content again for all of you, for all the bands out there that really support it. It's an honor to share this time with you on your channel, to your people, and just to spend time with you, my friend. It's been wonderful.
The honor is all mine. I couldn't have imagined a better conversation than this one. Okay, so I feel so fortunate to have this conversation and to be able to share with whoever wants to watch it. We touched a couple of topics, mostly about music and our personal experiences. But the fact is, it wouldn't gone 4 hours if it wouldn't have been so interesting as it was. So,
it's been great,
man. And I just found out that you're so much alike.
And what you guys don't realize is we started talking about 20 minutes before we went live.
Yeah, exactly.
So we've been talking for about 4.5 hours, and as we sign off, we're probably going to talk for another 15 to 20 minutes.
We're going to talk about. Yeah, for sure, guys.
And also,
Thank
The
you so
Broom
much.
Man, ladies and gentlemen, the Broom Man Fest. Make it happen to our
Oh yeah,
to our,
yeah,
Portuguese people. August of 2024.
2024. You're gonna do a tour. You're gonna
Let's do
organize
it.
like
Seriously, let's do
4
it.
or 5 concerts in different places of the country, and that's it. And we're gonna do a documentary about it, and we're gonna meet each other personally. We're gonna meet all of you guys that we haven't met yet in person, and it's gonna be lots of fun. The promise stays here. Okay, guys, everyone who's been watching and is gonna watch this, you guys are fucking mad, and I love you all. Okay, see
Be
you soon.
excellent to each other, and I'll see you in the next one.
Exactly. We're gonna finish now. Finally, 1, 2, and here.